Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the Dictionary. My name is Spencer, and I am here to read this book to you because a lot of people were asking about that. They wanted me to do that. That's not true. That's a lie. And I just read the things in the dictionary, and then I talk about what I think about them sometimes. Questions, comments, songs, jokes, all that good stuff. It's the stuff that everybody wants. Okay, so the first word in this episode is cuadrilla, or cuadrilla, if you want to put that L sound in there, but that's not the right way to say it. I mean, it's a way to say it. It's not the Spanish way to say it. It is spelled cuadrilla, cuadrilla. Noun from 1893, although I'm still saying it in a very American way. It is the team assisting the matador in the bull ring. It's Spanish. It is a diminutive of quadra, which means square, from the Latin quadra with a Q. And so I guess, why is it a square? Are they in an area, the team that assists the matador, are they in a square area? Or as I now want to say, a squarea? Yeah. I can't really support bullfighting. So that's I'm not going to pick that one as the word of the episode. But now you know the word cuadrilla. Twang. I guess that's going to be the sound effect. Next is cub. It's just C-U-B. All the rest of the words in this episode will start with C-U-B. Noun from 1530. 1A. A young carnivorous mammal as a bear, fox, or lion. And there's obviously many, many more examples of young carnivorous mammals. I guess they're all called cubs. But, I mean, a cat, you don't call a young cat a cub, do you? You call them a kitten. They're carnivorous, they're mammals. So maybe not all carnivorous mammal babies are cubs, just some of them. 1B, a young shark is also called a cub. Number 2, a young person, a human, just a young human can be called a cub. 3, the synonym is apprentice, especially an inexperienced newspaper reporter. It's because they're young and they're new, just like bears, foxes, lions, sharks, and people. Call them a cub. Let's see. It is probably akin to the Middle English cob, C-O-B-B-E, which is a leader of a group, or the head. There's more at the word cob, C-O-B. I mean, the leader of the group seems very different than a young living thing, so that's a little bit odd. But hey, the evolution of English is weird. Twang! Next is cubage. Cubage, C-U-B-A-G-E, noun from 1840. It just means cubic content, volume, or displacement. Cubic, so what's the content of something that has volume? It has cubic content. What is the cubage of that bottle of wine? I don't know. Displacement, volume, yeah. I don't know how often this gets used. Twang. Next is Cuba Libre. 2 words. The first word is just Cuba, like the country Cuba, and then Libre is L-I-B-R-E. Noun from 1937. It is a cocktail made with rum, lime juice, and cola. What kind of cola are we talking about? Coke, Pepsi, Mr. Pibb, root beer, Dr. Pepper, Mountain Dew. I'm sure depending on the cola you use, it might be a different kind of drink. It sounds pretty tasty. This is Spanish, and it literally means free Cuba. I mean, I don't know how a cocktail is going to help free Cuba, but, back in 1937, the politics in Cuba were very complicated, I believe. Maybe we should post a link and learn more about the politics of Cuba in the 1930s, and then also how this drink was related to that. Because we all need to learn stuff. Twang! Next is Cuban heel. Second word is heel, like the heel of your foot. Noun from 1908. A broad, medium-high heel with a moderately curved back. And this is from, well, it says Cuba, comma, and then West Indies. So I guess, is that where Cuba is that considered the West Indies? I think it might be. That whole thing, because Columbus was trying to go to India. He went the wrong direction, and so they call it the West Indies, but there's not, there's indigenous people. I know the whole word India, all that gets very complicated. So maybe we need to post a picture of a Cuban heel, because now I want to see what it looks like. Is this the kind of shoe that they would wear in Cuba? Twang? Next is Cuban sandwich. 2 words, noun from 1950. A usually grilled and pressed sandwich in Cuban American cuisine served on a long split roll and typically containing roasted meats, cheese, and pickles. And then broadly, it is the number 2 definition for the word submarine. Cuban American. So is this not a typical Cuban sandwich? It's the people who came from Cuba into America, and they created this Cuban sandwich. How much of the Cuban culture is brought into the creation of this sandwich? What makes it Cuban exactly? Is it the way? I don't know. Is it just because it's made by Cuban people, or is there something else? Twang! Next is cubby. Noun from circa 1859, and the synonym is cubby hole, which is one word, which is going to be our next word. But first we have to look at the etymology. It is from the obsolete English word cub, C-U-B, which means pen. What kind of pen are we talking about? A pen to put things in? Also from the Dutch word cub with a K, and that means fish basket. Akin to the Old English kofa, which means den. So yeah, it seems like a place to put things, or a place where things live. It's a cubby. It's, yes, if in kindergarten, everybody gets a little cubby to put your bag, to put your thermos, to put your lunch box, whatever it is, you get a little cubby. Adults get cubbies too. Male cubby holes. Hey, should we talk about cubby hole? Twang! Cubby hole. Noun from circa 1842. A small, snug place as for hiding or storage, but then also a cramped space. So yeah, it's just a place, and then a cubby hole, and then it got shortened just to cubby. 17 years later. Twang. Next is cube. C-U-B-E. First form, noun from 1551. 1A. The regular solid of 6 equal square sides. And then it says to see the volume table. If I just read that without really having much knowledge of volume, or, if I just feel like there are certain people who are going to have trouble with that definition. But basically, if you take 6 squares and you put their sides together, you're going to get a cube. A cube is made up of 6 squares when you unfold it. And I think I have a sneeze coming. Let's see how far we can go before that happens. 1B, something shaped like a cube, as in an ice cube. They're not always shaped like a cube, but they are shaped like a cube. Usually they're rectangular, but you can get some great ice cube trays in lots of different shapes. I have one it's a Lego figure. You can get So many good ones. What's the Han Solo and Carbonite? You can get that as an ice cube. You can get the Millennium Falcon. Anything you can think of. Skulls, probably teeth, dentures. I think you can get those. You can make ice cubes out of those. See, the thing is, you can't call them ice cubes. They're not cubes. Nowhere close to cubes. But that's just what we call them. 1C for cube. It is the number 2 definition for the word cubicle, as in an office cube. And we're going to get to cubicle later this episode. 2. The product of a number multiplied by itself twice. So you take 2 and you multiply it. If you multiply 2 by itself 2 times, so 2 times 2 times 2 is 8, because 2 by 2 is 4, and then you multiply that by 2, and that's 8. And so you have cubed it. And the reason that we use cube in that sense of multiplying a thing basically 3 times is because that is how you get the volume of something like a cube. If the sides of each, or if the length of each side of a cube is, say, 2, you multiply the length, one of them, you multiply by the height, that's the other length, and the depth. Those are the three things of a cube. You multiply them all together and you get 8. If it's a cube that is 2 inches by 2 inches by 2 inches, then it is 8 inches cubed. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Maybe we'll just post a picture of a cube. Just any random cube. This is from Latin kubus, from Greek kybos or kybos, and that just means die, like the dice. When you play dice, that's the die. And then also just cube. Kybos, kybos, however you want to say that word. Twang! Next is the second form of cube, adjective from 1570, raised to the 3rd power. So that's what that means. If you multiply a number by itself twice, it's 3 times, so 2 to the 3rd power means 2 times 2 times 2. That's cube. Twang. Third form of cube is a transitive verb from 1588. 1, to raise to the 3rd power. You can cube it, and then it becomes a cube. Number 2, to form into a cube. What can you form into a cube? If you have a bunch of things, you can stack them together to make a cube. Can you do that with I don't know, lots of things. 3, to cut partly through in a checkered pattern to increase tenderness by breaking the fibers. And that's very confusing unless you know the example, which is a steak. To cut partly through a steak in a checkered pattern to increase tenderness by breaking the fibers. You've cubed it. Cuber is a noun. Twang. Next is the 4th form of cube, but this time it is pronounced cube or cube. And you can also spell it with an accent on the E, down on the left and up on the right. Cube or cube. Noun from 1924, any of several tropical American plants furnishing rotenone. Rotenone? What is rotenone? I don't know, but it is furnished in these cube plants. The genus name for them is Lonchocarpus or Lonchocarpus. One of those is perfectly fine. Next is cubeb. Yeah, we just put a B at the end and it becomes cubeb. Noun from the 14th century. The dried, unripe berry of a tropical shrub of the pepper family that is used as a spice. This tropical shrub, the species name is Piper cubeba, or maybe it's Piper cubeba. I don't know. I don't know. But that's what it is. Unripe berry of a shrub in the pepper family, and we use it as a spice. I've never heard of this spice before. Let's see. Okay, well, the etymology isn't giving me any information of this word means this word, but I'm just going to read it to you anyway because it looks kind of fun. It's from Middle English, quibibe, Q-U-I-B-I-B-E. Would it be quibib? Also the Middle English word, cubeb. Same word that we've got here, C-U-B-E-B, but there's another E at the end. Also from Anglo-French, quibib or quibib. From Middle Latin, cubeba. Also from the Arabic dialect, kubaba or kubeba. Don't know how to say that, but yeah, it goes way back to Arabic. Twang! Next is cube farm. 2 words, noun from 1997. It is slang, and it is an office in which employees work in cubicles. And yeah, it's just called a cube farm because cube is another name for a cubicle, and it's just a whole bunch of them. It's like on a farm. It just looks like a farm of cubes. Glad I have never had to work in a cube farm. Twang. Next is cube root. 2 words, noun from 1679. A number whose cube is a given number. And that's a little bit confusing if you don't know math. Cube root. I think the root of a cube would be how can you... Oh, okay, let me backtrack. The root... So, okay, boy, I'm really screwing this up. 2 is the cube root of 8. Because if you multiply 2 by 2 by 2, you get 8. So any number that can be taken down to its root value after it had been cubed, that is the cube root. So 3 times 3 times 3 is 27. So the cube root of 27 is 3. Hope that makes sense. Twang. Next is cube steak, noun from 1930, a thin slice of beef that has been cubed. Twang. Next is cubic, C-U-B-I-C, first form, adjective from the 15th century, 1, having the form of a cube, and the synonym is cubicle. Cubicle is, not literally the cubicle in a cube farm, but something that is like a cube or has the form of a cube is cubicle. It's like a cube. When we add that AL to the end, I was actually wondering about this today. Did we have the suffix AL? Did we read that a long time ago? Because I wonder what it means specifically. I'm going to look. Here we go. AL, here's the suffix. Action or process, no. And no. There's 3 of them. Here, of, relating to, or characterized by. That's all it means. So like directional, fictional, relating to, or characterized by the thing. So a cubicle is characterized by a cube. Hope that helps. So, number 2, 2A, relating to the cube considered as a crystal form. 2B is the number 1 definition for the word isometric. Oh, and that's when you see a thing, let's see, I'm trying to think of an example. There have been games that sort of look cubical. They're in an isometric view. It's when you're looking at it at a distance. I'll see if I can find a picture to post it, because it's not like a straight-on view. It's not a top-down view. It's not a side view. It's this sort of angled view from the top, and everything looks sort of cubey, usually, like games. There's a lot of games that are like that. Number 3A, the synonym is three-dimensional. 3B, being the volume of a cube whose edge is a specified unit, as in cubic inch. 4. Of third degree order or power. Of third degree, comma, order, comma, or power, as in a cubic polynomial. Twang. Second form of cubic, noun from 1799, a cubic curve, equation, or polynomial. Twang. Next is cubical. Here's that word. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. The synonym is cubic, especially shaped like a cube. That ice thing is cubical. 2. Relating to volume. Cubically is an adverb. And cubicle. See, this is spelled differently than the cubicle in the cube farm in an office. We're going to get to that one in a minute. Sounds the same, spelled differently. Twang. Next is cubic equation. 2 words, noun from circa 1751. A polynomial equation in which the highest sum of exponents of variables in any term is 3. It's an equation that has multiple variables, multiple things going on. I know that's not a good way to describe that, but just deal with it. The highest sum of exponents of variables. So I think if you have x, like x to the first power, x to the second power, x to the third power, the highest sum of all the x's is 3. I guess it's been a long time since I had to do that kind of math. If you have 3 x's in there, then it's a cube. Whatever. We're just going to move on. You go if you haven't gotten to that level of math, just wait a little bit longer and you'll get there. Twang. Next is cubicle. Cubicle. Noun from the 15th century. 1. A sleeping compartment partitioned off from a large room. What context is that? So there's a large room, but then off to the side, there's just a little place to sleep. 2A. A small partitioned space, especially one with a desk used for work in a business office. Business office. And 2B, the synonym is carrel or carrel, spelled Carrel. It's almost like a corral, but I don't think that's what we're going for. I think it's just carrel, and I have no memory of reading that one whatsoever. This is from the Latin cubare, which means to lie or recline, which makes sense for the sleeping compartment, but not so much for the business office space. You don't usually lie or recline in that. You are sitting up in a chair working your butt off. Twang. Next is cubic measure. 2 words, noun from 1660, a unit as cubic inch or cubic centimeter for measuring volume. A unit for measuring volume. Examples are cubic inch and cubic centimeter. Obviously, there's way more than that. I mean, you can cubic millimeter technically, cubic mile. There could be a thing that's cubic miles, very big. The Earth, how many cubic miles or cubic kilometers is the Earth? I'll see if I can figure that out. I mean, I'm not going to do the math. I'd have to just Google it. I'm sure somebody's done the math. What's the volume of the Earth in miles or kilometers? It also says, see the metric system table, also the weight table. So, yeah, we got that to look forward to. One more word for this episode. Twang. It is cubic zirconia or cubic zirconium. 2 words. The second word is zirconia, or at the end it is nium. Noun from 1979. It is a synthetic gemstone of zirconia resembling a diamond. Yeah, it's a fake diamond. It looks usually pretty good. Some people can tell the difference, but it's way cheaper. And it often is, doesn't say this, but it is often abbreviated to CZ, which of course is going to be one of the very last things that we read in the C's. Let's see. When are we going to get to that one? Just because, why not say that? CZ, doesn't even say cubic zirconium, but we know it's there. That is going to be June 30th. Yeah, that's the last day of the C's. It's also the last day of June. It just happened that way. Okay, those were all of the words. They were cuadrilla, cub, cubage, Cuba Libre, Cuban heel, Cuban sandwich, cubby, cubby hole, cube, 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 cube-a, cube-eb, cube farm, cube root, cube steak, cubic, cubic, cubicle, cubic equation, cubicle, cubic measure, and cubic zirconia. We had so much fun with this episode. Lots of things to talk about. We talked a lot about volume. Let's see. I'm trying to think very quickly about which one is just jumping out at me. None of them are. I think volume is fascinating. Don't you love volume and cubes? Let's pick cubbyhole as the word of the definition. The word? No, that's not English. The word of the episode is cubbyhole. When I was in kindergarten, they gave me a cubbyhole. I put my backpack in it. Cubbyhole. That's going to be the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Bye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am so happy you are here. Yes, you are here to listen to me talk about the dictionary and all my thoughts about it. Hello. Welcome to this show. Okay, let's just talk about the words. The first word in this episode is cubism. CUBISM. Noun from 1911. And it is often capitalized. It's just one long definition. A style of art that stresses abstract structure at the expense of other pictorial elements, especially by displaying several aspects of the same object simultaneously and by fragmenting the form of depicted objects. Cubist. That is a noun or an adjective, also often capitalized, and cubistic is also an adjective. Obviously, I will have to post a picture or more than one about what this looks like, but, the most famous of the cubist artists would be Pablo Picasso. I'm sure there's been many, many more, but he's the only one I know of. I was actually at a Picasso museum somewhere. I don't remember which city it was in. Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty interesting art. It's just another way of looking at everything, and gets all weird and deformed and, not for everybody. It's kind of interesting. It's cool to see maybe how the brain works in other ways. Cubism. It's fine. It's cool. Okay, the sound effect will just be coffee. Next word is cubit. CUBIT. Noun from the 14th century. Again, just one kind of lengthy definition. Any of various ancient units of length based on the length of the forearm from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, and usually equal to about 18 inches, which is also 46 centimeters. What's a cubit? So this is from the Latin cubitum or cubitum. That means elbow. It also means cubit, but that's not very helpful here. Just it's elbow. That's helpful in our English language. So the cubit, this is, these are these very old measures of length that are different per person. So nothing is standard. Why would anybody think that this was a good idea? Did they just think that all those were standard? We have gotten so much smarter as an Earth planet. I wonder how long my elbow to middle finger is. It's probably 16. I'm going to guess 16 inches. I'm not terribly tall or short. Kind of in the middle. Yeah, that's a good guess. So that's a cubit. I mean, we can now say a cubit is 18 inches or 46 centimeters, but it really doesn't really matter. We don't use this anymore. Coffee. Next is cuboid. cuboid. First form, adjective from circa 1828. 1. Approximately cubical in shape. So it's kind of like a cube. It's almost like a cube, so it's cuboid. Number 2, relating to or being the cuboid. What is the cuboid? Well, I think that's our next word. Coffee. I probably should have said coffee when we had the word coffee, but this is a Twin Peaks reference. If you know Twin Peaks, you know this. Coffee. So the second form of cuboid, noun from 1839, the outermost bone in the distal row of tarsal bones of many higher vertebrates. I don't know what any of these mean. The outermost bone in the distal row of tarsal. The tarsal. What are the tarsals? The toes? Is it the fingers? The toes? I'm blanking on that. We'll maybe post a picture of this tarsal bone region, and then you can look at the distal row, and then the outermost of those would be the cuboid. And many higher vertebrates have this. Coffee. Next is cuboidal. So we took cube, we added oid, and then we added il, A-L. Adjective from 1803. 1. Somewhat cubical. So yes, that's similar to the first form of cuboid, approximately cubical in shape. This is kind of in that same world. Somewhat cubical is cuboidal. 2. Composed of nearly cubical elements, as in cuboidal epithelium. Whatever that is. Coffee? Next is Cub Scout. 2 words. The first letters are capitalized. Noun from circa 1935. A member of the scouting program of the Boy Scouts for boys in the 1st through 5th grades in school. Boy Scout, when they're in the 1st through 5th grade, they're called Cub Scouts, and then I guess after 5th grade, if they have graduated, I think they become a Boy Scout, right? And then after that is Eagle Scout. That's all I know. I never was a scout. I just knew people who were. Coffee? Oh, I should mention, I forgot to do this at the beginning. We have a semi-adult word coming up. A couple of them maybe. But anyway, deal with that how you wish. So, the next word is cucking stool. C-U-C-K-I-N-G. Second word, stool, like the stool you sit on. Noun from the 12th century. And, it is a chair formerly used for punishing offenders by public exposure or ducking in water. And the example of these offenders are dishonest tradesmen. So back in the day, in the 12th century, that was a very long time ago. Was that 900 years ago, give or take? A couple years? So if a tradesman was bad, was dishonest, they did something that the other tradesmen didn't like, they would put him on a chair and either do some sort of public exposure, which I don't know, is that making them nude, or ducking them in water. I wonder if that's where the dunk the person thing, where you throw the ball. I mean, obviously this is not that complicated, but maybe it evolved into that. Throw the ball, hit the thing, they dunk in the water. So this is from Middle English. Cucking stole. It's the same thing, except we just took out an O from stool. And that, this is kind of funny, that literally means defecating chair. The chair where the defecating happens. If you don't know what defecating means, don't worry. You can just wait maybe 4 to 6 months and we'll get there soon. So that's what that means. Cucking, I guess, is defecating. Let's move on to our even more adult word, coffee. It is cuckold. You could say either cuckold or cuckold with more of an O sound. cuckold, noun from the 13th century. A man whose wife is unfaithful. She had some sexual relations with somebody else, and then the man, this is the 13th century, they would call the man a cuckold in that situation. And then cuckold is also a transitive verb. Relatedly, coffee. We have, how do you say this? Cuckoldry. There we go. Cuckoldry. So we just added an RY. Noun from 1529. 1. The practice of making cuckolds. So that's a very odd concept when you really think about what that means. Does that mean that a woman who cheats, I mean, obviously these are very old genderized words, so this is with apologies for that, but when a woman who's cheating on her husband, is she practicing cuckoldry? She's making her husband a cuckold? I think that's what that is saying. Number 2, the state of being a cuckold. A man's wife cheats on him, and he is now in the world of cuckoldry. Let's move away from that. Coffee. We have the word cuckoo. Let's see, are there different ways? Cuckoo, nothing. Cuckoo or cook? I'm not sure how this U sound is supposed to be pronounced other than cuckoo. So that's what I'm going to say. First form, noun from the 13th century. 1. A largely grayish-brown European bird that is a parasite given to laying its eggs in the nests of other birds, which hatch. Let me start this over. A parasite given to laying its eggs in the nests of other birds, which hatch them and rear the offspring. And then broadly, any of a large family to which this bird belongs. I feel like we mentioned this not all that long ago, but yes, they lay their eggs, or they put their eggs in another bird's nest, and then that baby bird kicks the other birds out, I think, and then the new mother raises the cuckoo baby. The cuckoo baby. The species name for this European bird is Cuculus. Is that a C or an E? I think it's a C. Cuculus caro. What even is this word? Canoris. Let's bring out the phone camera. Yes, I think that is a honestly, I still can't tell. No, it's a C. There we go. Canoris. I think these pages are so thin that I think the text from the other side is coming through and it makes it hard to see. Cuculus canoris, and the family is Cuculidae, and they are of the order Cuculiformes. Cuculiformes. Wow, who named this stuff? Number 2, the call of the cuckoo is a cuckoo. Maybe we need to find an audio example of this cuckoo bird. Number 3, a silly or slightly crack-brained person. Wow. Slightly crack-brained or silly crack-brained. You can definitely call me a cuckoo if you wish. Yeah, this is just from Middle English, cuckoo spelled C-U-C-C-U, and that's all I got. Coffee. Second form of cuckoo is a transitive verb from 1648. To repeat monotonously as a cuckoo does its call. So the cuckoo repeats its call over and over again. So if you do something, maybe you're saying something over and over again, 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 you're cuckooing. Coffee. Third form of cuckoo, adjective from 1627, one of relating to or resembling the cuckoo. 2. Deficient in sense or intelligence. And the synonym is silly. Oh, you're being so silly. You are deficient in sense or intelligence. You cuckoo crack brain. What, how do we know, where do we often think of cuckoos? Coffee. In a cuckoo clock. 2 words, noun from 1789, a wall or shelf clock that announces the hours by sounds resembling a cuckoo's call. And, hey, since we played the audio of an actual cuckoo bird, maybe we should put in some audio of a cuckoo clock bird. Cuckoo clock bird. There we go. Coffee. Next is cuckoo flower. This is one word, noun from 1578. Oh, by the way, I should probably also post a picture of a cuckoo bird and a cuckoo clock, and maybe this cuckoo flower if it looks interesting. So number 1, a bitter cress of Eurasia and North America. And the scientific name is... Oh, excuse me. I had some coffee right before this. So the scientific name is Cardamine pratensis. And number 2, the synonym is ragged robin. So it's a plant that is named after a bird, but then another name is also named after a bird. The ragged robin or the cuckoo flower. Coffee. Next is, I think it's cuckoo pint, but it could be cuckoo pint. I think cuckoo pint is correct, though. Cuckoo pint, one word, noun from 1551, a European arum with erect spathe and short purple spadix. Man, all these flower words. I know some people they know all of them and they love it, but I don't know any of them. Spathe, spadix, arum. The species name is Arum maculatum. Arum maculatum. Let's see. The etymology says it is from cuckoo. That's the same word that the bird is from, cuckoo, plus pintle, which means pintle, Pintle. I have to assume that that's some sort of flower plant thing. Coffee. Next is cuckoo spit. 2 words, noun from 1592. 1. A frothy secretion exuded on plants by the nymphs, there's a ph in there, nymphs of spittle insects. What are spittle insects? Well, number 2, the synonym is spittlebug. So there's spittlebug, spittle insects, and the nymphs, those are the baby ones, I think. They secrete a frothy stuff, and they put it on these plants. That's so interesting. Why? What are they doing with this? Coffee. Next we have cuculate or cuculate. I prefer the first one, cuculate. Adjective from 1794, having the shape of a hood. Yeah, Hood, as in a cuculate leaf. So a leaf that is shaped like a hood. This is from Latin cuculus, which means hood. And we have one more for this episode. Coffee, coffee, people love coffee. I have mixed feelings about coffee. It is the word cucumber. Cucumber. Noun from the 14th century. The fruit of a vine of the gourd family, cultivated as a garden vegetable. And then also just the vine is called cucumber. The etymology is not very interesting. The species name, I need to pick one. Scientific name, species name. If you have a strong opinion on which one I should use, I just need to be consistent. Anyway, so this is the species name for the vine, Cucumis sativus, or sativus. But so the cucumber that we think of, that we eat, that is the fruit of the vine. It's a fruit. Did you know that? It has seeds. It's a fruit. A lot of people forget that because it seems like it should be a vegetable. And it's part of the gourd family. So cucumbers are gourds. Oh yeah, I remember there was that great gourd episode of Ologies. I think cucumbers were mentioned there. All right, this is going to be real hard to pick a word of the episode here. We had today cubism, cubit, cuboid, cuboidal, cub scout, cucking stool, cuckold, cuckoldry, cuckoo, cuckoo clock, cuckoo flower, cuckoo pint, or cuckoo pint, cuckoo spit, cuculate, or cuculate, and cucumber. Oh, let's see. I love just the cuckoo, the silliness, the crack-brained. The cuckoo spit was fascinating. Cubism is a very cool form of art that I don't think I could ever do. Let's just pick cuckoo as the word of the episode. Cuckoo. Man, if I could go real crazy with this one, but I don't think I will. Cuckoo. That's a good song. Hey, if you, I'll say this every once in a while, please go rate and review this show on your preferred podcast platform. Write a review, subscribe to it, share it all the places. If you want to join the Patreon, you can go do that for a few bucks a month. You'll get episodes very early, and there's some exclusives. Maybe there will be more coming. I really should do that. Call the Google Voice number in the show notes if you want to leave me a message. You can follow me on social media at dictionarypod. My personal one is at speejampar. You can find this on YouTube and watch other videos on YouTube that I have. And there's an email, dictionarypod@gmail.com. And if you want to just give me your thoughts on a word that you like that's in the future, for now, let's say between D through Z, go ahead and call the Google Voice or send me a message in one of those ways, and maybe I will add it in the episode when I get to that word. Get on that. I think that's a fine place to end. Okay. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. I almost forgot what to say. Hello, welcome to the dictionary. Let's just quickly get through all the stuff that I said at the end of the last episode, because I gotta say it. Email, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Social media, @dictionarypod, @speejampar. Google Voice number, call it, say hi. Find it on YouTube. Most importantly, rate this show 5 stars. No matter what you think, just do 5 stars. Write a thing. That would be wonderful, so more people can see the algorithms. You gotta respect the algorithm. I think that's fine. This is the last section of page 303. The first word is cucumber mosaic. Now I want to see if I can find a picture of somebody who made a mosaic art of a cucumber. Oh, hey, I forgot to mention yesterday that there's a picture of a cucumber. It is a cucumber hanging off of a vine, and there's a big leaf next to it. It looks like a cucumber. So cucumber mosaic is two words, noun from 1916. A plant disease, especially of cucumbers, that is caused by a single-stranded RNA virus and is transmitted chiefly by an aphid and produces mottled foliage and often pale, warty fruits. Okay, so the species name of this RNA virus is, cucumber mosaic virus, and that is of the genus Cucumovirus, or Cucumovirus, okay, of the family Bromoviridae. So when the cucumber plant gets hit with this cucumber mosaic virus, the foliage gets all mottled, and the fruit, the cucumber fruit, is pale and warty. Not things that you want in your cucumber. I wonder why it's called mosaic. How did that word get in there? Oh, what's the sound effect going to be? I don't know. Whoopoo! Next is cucumber tree. Two words, noun from circa 1782. A magnolia of the eastern U.S. having fruit resembling a small cucumber. Interesting. Now I want to see this small cucumber fruit. But it must be different. The species name is Magnolia acuminata. What was my sound effect? Hee-oo! It's getting into the Mario. The episode that just aired today, April 17th, I think I was like, oh, maybe I should do It's Me, Mario, as a sound effect. So I'm not doing that, but I'm going to do maybe some of his sounds. This is just what happens. I already made the sound effect, so now I have to move on to cucurbit. Cucurbit. It's almost like Kermit the Frog. Oh, I just saw today that they announced that there are Muppets Lego minifigs coming, so I think I may have to get some of those. Cucurbit. Cucurbit. Noun from the 14th century. 1. A vessel or flask for distillation used with or forming part of an alembic. I don't know what any of that is. 2. A plant of the gourd family. Cucurbit. Oh, so maybe they would use this gourd, this cucurbit, and they turned it into a vessel or a flask that they would use to then distillate the stuff and the things with alembic. Yeah, it's from Latin cucurbita, and that means gourd. Hey-yo! Next is cud. But then chiefly southern, we'll see cud, could, maybe could, or could. Various ways to say this. It's just C-U-D. Noun from before the 12th century. 1. Food brought up into the mouth by a ruminating animal from its first stomach to be chewed again. Cows do this, I think. How many stomachs does a cow have? It's not a metaphysical question. It's a literal question, because they have more than one. Why would they do this? Can't you just chew it more the first time? What's the point of this? Could. Number 2, the synonym is the second form of the word quid. Q-U-I-D. Let's see the etymology. It's from Old English, kudu, akin to the Old High German kuti, which means glue. Interesting. I have a feeling this stuff probably resembles glue if you take it out of a cow's mouth. Also from the Sanskrit jatu, and that means gum. So yeah, gum, glue, gum can get very gluey. Yeah, cud. Hey-yo! Next is cudbear. One word, cud, and bear. Noun. From 1764. A reddish coloring matter from lichens. A reddish coloring matter from lichens. Lichens. Okay. So this is it's an irregular form of Cuthbert, which is Dr. Cuthbert Gordon, who was an 18th century Scottish chemist. Why doesn't it say when he died? Usually those things say when somebody died. Maybe he's still alive. No, he's definitely not. Cuthbert became Cudbear. Wee-hoo! Next is cuddle. Like, let's go cuddle on the couch. First form, verb from 1520. First is transitive. To hold close for warmth or comfort or in affection. Intransitive says to lie close or snug. Synonyms are nestle and snuggle. Cuddler is a noun. Cuddler or cuddler. There are people who have their job is professional cuddlers. You can hire somebody to cuddle with you, and then everybody wants a cuddle in different ways. So yes, it's just just cuddle. You just want to cuddle with somebody sometimes. Wee-oo! Second form of cuddle, noun from 1825. It is a close embrace. Woo! Cuddlesome is next. Adjective from 1876, and the synonym is cuddly. They used to say cuddlesome. Cuba! Next is cuddly. That's the synonym that I just read. Cuddly. Adjective from 1863. And I think it's an adjective, cuddly, but then it shows the other forms, cuddlier and cuddliest. And I don't know why, but those sound funny with this context. Who's more cuddlier? Are you cuddlier than that person? Who's the most cuddly, the cuddliest? Okay, it means fit for or inviting cuddling. Fit for cuddling or inviting cuddling. As in, a cuddly kitten. That kitten is so cuddly. Maybe we need to post a picture of a cuddly kitten. I'll try and do that today, the day that this airs. Hee-wah! Next is cuddy. First form, noun from 1660. 1. A usually small cabin or shelter, as on a sailboat. Number 2. A small room or cupboard. A cuddy. Why? It says origin unknown. Interesting. Hee-haw! Cuddy again, second form. You can spell it with a Y or an IE. Noun from circa 1715. 1. Actually, both of these, 1 and 2, are a British dialect. The first one, the synonym is donkey. Cuddy? Donkey? Number 2, the synonym is blockhead. So this says it is perhaps from Cuddy with a capital C, which is a nickname for the name Cuthbert. And that is the name of the guy, Cuthbert Gordon, that's Cudbear came from him. Oh, I wonder, so Cuthbert, nickname is Cuddy, so his friends called him Cuddy, but then because they wanted to get the Bert in there, they added bear, Cudbear. Maybe he was a large man, maybe he gave good bear hugs. I'm just making stuff up about this guy. I don't know nothing. Cuthbert, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let me know if I got it wrong. That is not a typical name that I am aware of. Cuddy, donkey, or blockhead. You don't want to be called it Cuddy. I'm trying to think of other sounds that Mario makes. Hew, wee wah, ba bow. Okay, next is cudgel. Cudgel. First form, noun from before the 12th century. It is a short, heavy club. It is from, let's see. It goes all the way back to Middle High German, Kugele, Kugle, and that means ball. So maybe there's a ball at the end of the club. Cudgel. Hiao. Second form of cudgel. This is the verb from 1596. It is transitive, and it means to beat with or as if with a cudgel. You hitting somebody with a cudgel, you are cudgeling. There's a phrase, cudgel one's brains, and that means to think hard as for a solution to a problem. So just if you're thinking hard in general, or maybe specifically to come up with a solution to something, you are cudgeling your brains. I think my brains got cudgeled a long, long time ago, and I'm still recovering. Next is cudweed. Cudweed, one word, noun from 1548. And then, yes, Southern, they would say coodweed or coodweed, maybe. It is any of several composite plants with silky or woolly foliage. And it is from the genus Gnaphalium. And that is spelled Gnaphalium. Gnaphalium. I wanted to spell it because it had a couple of weird things going on. Next is the word cue, C-U-E. This is our last word. We got two forms. First form, noun from circa 1755, and it is just the letter Q. It shows a picture of the letter Q in italics. Q, Q. Let's see. There's etymology for this. It is from Middle English. This one is spelled C-U. It's a half a farthing. So the farthing is money, and then half of it was called a Q. And then in parentheses it says, it is the spelled form of the letter Q, which is an abbreviation for the Latin word quadrans, 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 and that is quarter of an as. What? Quarter of an as, A-S. I don't understand what that means. I may need to find more information about this because there's so much going on with the letter Q. The quarter of an as is a quadrans, and then they just sorted that to Q, and that became half a farthing. When did it get into our alphabet? Must have been way before that. All right. One more for this word for this episode. One more word for this episode. It's a me, Mario. Second form of Q, noun from 1553. 1A, a signal as a word, phrase, or bit of stage business to a performer to begin a specific speech or action. They need to know when to do the thing that they got to do, so they need a cue. It could be a line, like it said, a word or a phrase, or maybe there's a bit of stage business that happens, and that is their cue. 1B, something serving a comparable purpose, and the synonym is hint. Can you give me a little hint, a little cue as to the next thing that I'm supposed to do? 2, a feature indicating the nature of something perceived. 3 is archaic. The part one has to perform in or as if in a play. And 4 is also archaic. The synonyms are mood and humor. So this is probably from Q, spelled just Q-U. It's just those two letters. That is an abbreviation for, it looks like the Latin word quando, which means when. So, hey, when do I have to do that thing? Give me my cue. You know, that makes sense. Cue, quan, quin, boop. Yeah, and it just says it's used as a direction in actors' copies of plays. The letters QU. Okay. So it would be literally written in the plays that this is your cue. When you have to do this thing, they would write in QU, which stood for when. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. Why is it good to know? Not sure. It'll come in handy later. So the words in this episode were cucumber mosaic, cucumber tree, cucurbit, cud, cud bear, cuddle, cuddle, cuddlesome, cuddly, cuddy, cuddy, cudgel, cudgel, cudweed, Q, and Q. Let's see. I think I know what I'm going to pick, but I want to just do a quick scan of these other ones. Yeah, I think I'm going to pick cuddly as the word of the episode, because who doesn't want to look at a cuddly kitten or a cuddly dog, a cuddly horse, a cuddly something? You know, and then maybe you could get to cuddle up with a little kitten. If one of my cats were in this room, maybe they would be cuddling up with me. That kitten is so cuddly, 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 cuddly. All right, that's all I got. My brain is tapped out. It has been cudgeled. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. This is another episode, and it's the top of page 304. The first word is the third form of the word cue, C-U-E. Transitive verb from 1922. Woo! 1. To give a cue to, and the synonym is prompt. Number 2. To insert into a continuous performance, as in cue in sound effects. Oh, speaking of, what is my sound effect going to be? I don't know. Should we do, what should we do? Pligonk. Should that be the sound effect? Pligonk? I don't even know what that means. Pligonk. Sure. Pligonk. Okay. Next word. It is the fourth form of cue. Noun from circa 1749. 1A. A leather-tipped tapering rod for striking the cue ball, as in billiards and pool. 1B. A long-handled instrument with a concave head for shoving discs in shuffleboard. A very similar idea with that one, and also the one that is used in billiards and pool. It's a very long stick to push stuff. Number 2 is the number 2 definition for the word cue, spelled Q-U-E-U-E. Q-U-E-U-E. Q. It looks like it should be pronounced Q-U, Q-U-E, Q-U-E, but it's just Q. This is French. So yeah, it is from that French word Q-U-E-U-E, and that literally means tail, like the tail of a dog. That's the tail we're talking about, which is interesting. I never knew that. I know when people line up to buy a ticket or something, they're queuing, which is like they're making a tail, like a long tail. And then I guess the thing that hits the cue ball or hits the shuffleboard, the discs in shuffleboard, it's just a long thing that's kind of like a tail. I don't know. I think it's a bit of a stretch. And is that why they call the cue ball in billiards the cue ball? Because you're hitting it with the cue stick, which is the tail stick? It's the tail stick and the tail ball. All right, I think my sound effect was something like pligonk. Hey, there's a fifth form of the word cue, verb from circa 1784. Transitive is first. Number 1, the synonym is cue. Again, this is the funny QU word. Number 2, to strike with a cue. And intransitive, The number 1 is the same synonym, Q-U-E-U-E, which I want to say Q-E-wee-wee. Number 2, to use a cue. So striking with a cue is transitive and using a cue is intransitive. Blickety-conk. Next is cue ball. 2 words. Noun from 1881. The ball a player strikes with the cue in billiards and pool. And unless you have some real fancy pool balls, it's all white or sort of a cream color. That's how you know, because no other ball looks like that. There are solid balls that just have solid colors, but none of them are white. Next is cuesta. C-U-E-S-T-A. Noun from 1818. A hill or ridge with a steep face on one side and a gentle slope on the other. So it's a cliff on one side and then it just slopes down. Maybe we should find a picture. I can definitely imagine what this looks like. I think I was on a cuesta in Iceland. I feel like most of it was just a gradual walk up a hill, but then there was a very steep cliff on the other side. It is Spanish from Latin costa, which means side or rib, and there's more at the word coast, because as soon as you go off the cliff, you will be at the coast. Piconk. Next is cuff. C-U-F-F. First form from noun from 1522. 1. Something as a part of a sleeve or glove encircling the wrist. I think it's kind of funny that you can have a cuff that's coming, it's the end of the thing that's coming down your arm, or it's the end of the thing coming down your hand. You can have 2 cuffs. If you're wearing a jacket and you're wearing gloves, you got 2 cuffs that are meeting. What do you do with them? Do they just butt up against each other? Do you put one over the other? If you do that, which one goes over the other? Which one is on top? Is it the jacket, the sleeve cuff, or is it the glove cuff? Which one's on top? I think it's usually, when I do it, I think it's usually the jacket cuff. 2. The turned back hem of a trouser leg. 3a, the synonym is handcuff, and this is usually used in plural, so you say, put on the cuffs. 3b, a usually wide metal band worn as a bracelet. 4, an inflatable band that is wrapped around an extremity to control the flow of blood through the part when recording blood pressure with a sphygmomanometer. That's not the word. Let's see. Sphygmomanometer. Is that it? SPHYGMOMANOMETER. Sphygmomanometer. Is that it? Yeah, when you get your blood pressure checked, they put the cuff around your upper arm, your bicep area, and there's a thing called a sphygmomanometer? Is that it? All right. Cuffless is an adjective. Phrases, we have off the cuff and on the cuff. Off the cuff is without preparation, and the synonym is ad lib, as in speaking off the cuff. And that is literally what this podcast is. If you are not aware, I do essentially no preparation. I read these things and I talk off the cuff because it's so much fun for everybody. On the cuff, it means on credit, as in transacting business on the cuff. On credit. So does that mean that you get things that you don't have to pay for right away? I think so. I just think it's funny that these 2 phrases have off and on. Just the opposites. Off, on, off, on, off. The etymology says this is from Middle English, kof or kuf, and it means mitten. Yeah, mittens have cuffs. That's kind of odd, though. It's not a mitten. If the cuff of your sleeve, it just ends there. It doesn't cover your hand. Blikonk. Second form of cuff. Transitive verb from 1693. 1. To furnish with a cuff. Does that mean like putting cuffs on a thing? To furnish with a cuff. Number 2. The synonym is handcuff. Bip-a-bonk. Third form of cuff. Verb from 1530, starting with transitive. There's just one. To strike, especially with or as if with the palm of the hand. So it's a slap. It's kind of a slap. Oh, and then the synonym is either buffet or buffet. I have to assume it's buffet, and I don't remember what that definition said, but it must mean, basically a slap. Hitting with the palm of the hand is a cuff, because your cuff is kind of there. But if we take it literally, what it meant in Old English, it would be a mitten. So you're hitting them with the mitten. Intransitive, the synonyms are fight and scuffle. It's perhaps from the obsolete English word which means glove. So yeah, glove, mitten, very similar. Fourth form of cuff, noun from 1570. A blow with the hand, especially when open. Yeah, this is the noun form of the one that we just read, which was the verb form. So a blow with the hand, especially when open. Synonym is slap. Slap-a-dip-a-doo. Bagonk. Next is cuff link. 2 words, noun from 1897. A usually ornamental device consisting of 2 parts joined by a shank, chain, or bar for passing through buttonholes to fasten shirt cuffs. And this is usually used in plural, cufflinks. I think I have a couple. This is not a thing that most people get to wear or choose to wear very often. You got to be in a very certain situation. You don't have to be. You can wear them wherever you want, whenever and wherever. I think I got a nice pair when I was in somebody's wedding. I would really like a pair that's like, I don't know, different and unique. Maybe Nightmare Before Christmas related. Maybe something else. It's cool. Like, oh, look at my cool cufflinks. Yeah, those are some cool cufflinks. You put the thing through the buttonhole and you twist it so it stays in place, and it's very fancy. Next is cui bono. 2 words. First word is C-U-I. Second word, B-O-N-O. Cui bono. Noun from 1604. 1. A principle that probable responsibility for an act or event lies with one having something to gain. And number 2, usefulness or utility as a principle in estimating the value of an act or policy. This stuff is a little bit over my head. I believe this is mostly in the legal world. This is a Latin phrase. It sounds Italian. Italian and Latin very closely related. So it's Latin and it means to whose advantage. So who is getting the advantage in this situation? So I think I can figure out number 1 maybe a little bit easier than number 2. So number 1 says, a principle that probable responsibility for an act or event lies with one having something to gain. Okay. So I think what this is saying is that when something illegal, bad was done, it's more likely that it's going to have been done by the person who has something to gain. They want something. They need something. So more than likely, it was probably done by them. It would be for their advantage to do this illegal bad act. So that would be a cui bono situation. Did I do that right? Maybe I did. Bugonk. Next is cuirass, or cuirass. Cuirass. Noun from the 15th century. 1. A piece of armor covering the body from neck to waist. And then also the breastplate of such a piece. And they pretty much described it right there. But let's see if we can quickly go back to the word armor. Can we do it? Because I know we had a whole picture about that. Here we go. Let's see. Is it on here? It better be. Helmet, gorget, shoulder piece, pallet, breastplate, brassard, elbow piece, skirt of tassels, tuile, gauntlet, cuisse. It's not on here. But basically, neck to, what did it say? We got to find it again. Neck to waist. That's the cuirass. Number 2, something as bony plates covering an animal, resembling a cuirass. What animal would have these things? Would an armadillo have something called the cuirass? I might need to do a little investigation to see what animals got this. Cuirassed with an ed, that is an adjective. That animal is cuirassed. Cuirass. Okay, etymology. Let's see. I'm just skipping ahead a little bit. From the Latin coriaceus, which means leathern, with an N at the end, leathern. Also from the Latin corium, which means skin or leather. I guess this piece of armor probably was made out of leather. It is akin to the Old English hjortha, which means deerskin. Also from the Latin cortex, which means bark, maybe bark of a tree. From the Greek kyrene, which means to cut. And there's more at the word shear. So cutting the skin to make leather, and then you put it on your body. Next is cuirasseur, or cuirasseur. Cuirassier. Noun from 1625. A mounted soldier wearing a cuirass. It's a cuirasseur. Bigonk. Next is cuisinière. Oh, no, that's the first word. And then the second word is rod. Cuisinière rod. The first word is spelled capital Cuisenaire. Noun from 1954. Any of a set of colored rods, usually of 1 centimeter cross-section and of 10 lengths from 1 to 10 centimeters that are used for teaching number concepts and the basic operations of arithmetic. Maybe we'll find a picture, but I think it's basically just 10, sounds like just 10 rods. The first one is 1 centimeter in length, the second one is 2 centimeters in length, and so on up to 10. So it helps with counting and adding and all that stuff. And this is from Cuisinière, which is a trademark. Bugonk. Next is cuisine, or cuisine. Cuisine. Noun from 1786. Manner of preparing food. Also, style of cooking. Also, again, the food prepared. The style of cooking, the food that is actually made is called the cuisine, or the way that you prepare the food is the cuisine. It's a French word, and it literally means kitchen. That's what it means, kitchen. How you make this stuff in the kitchen, the way that the stuff is made in the kitchen, and the food that's made in the kitchen. Yeah. Blagonk. Last word for this episode is quiz. Cuisse. S-S-E, quiss. You could also spell it, and there's a different pronunciation for this, C-U-I-S-H, which would be pronounced quish. Quiss and quish. Noun from the 15th century, a piece of plate armor for the front of the thigh. And then it says to see the armor illustration, which I did go look at, and I saw the word quiss. So I officially now know it is pronounced quiss or quish. Covers the front of the thigh. That's a pretty good thing to protect. Let's see. It is from Anglo-French, quizzes, quizelle, or quiss, which means thigh. So it just means thigh. Also from the Latin coxa, which means hip. So the hip, the thigh, that whole leg region, it's just named after that. And there's more at the word coxa, C-O-X-A, which must mean something like hip. Boy, I've read so much. I don't remember. Let's see. Coxa, the basal segment of a limb of various arthropods as an insect. So yeah, it's probably where like the limb connects to the rest of it. All right. So today we had cue ball, cuesta, cuff, cufflink, quibono, cuirass, cuirasseur, cuisinaire rod, cuisine, and quiz. I mean, I really like the cue and the cue ball because I like playing pool. Cufflinks are pretty great. Cuisine, I mean, that's food. We're going to see a lot of food words, though, in this book. Cufflink or cue ball? Which one should it be? Cue ball, or cufflink? Well, I have much more of a connection to cue ball. My head is shaved like a cue ball. No, it's really not. My hair is shaggy. Let's go play some pool. Hit that cue ball so it knocks all the other balls into the holes. Oh, but this song is terrible. I'm sorry. It's been a very long day. I've been up since 4 a.m. and my head is hurting for some reason. I'm going to try and go see a doctor about it soon. Hey, that's what I'm dealing with. I've also been seeing a lot of movies. I don't remember where I last left off. We saw the David Lynch retrospective at the Music Box. We saw so many movies in like 6 days. It was so good. Met people, networked with people. It was a great time. What else? Oh boy. A couple of days ago, we saw Everything Everywhere All at Once. Michelle Yeoh, or Yo, I don't remember how to say your name. I'm sorry. Jamie Lee Curtis. The guy who played Data from the Goonies, I can't think of his name. Jenny Slate is in it. It's you just got to go see it. If you haven't already seen it, go find it. Go see it. Let's see. I think that's fine. That's probably fine. Just trying to fill up time. Hey, we're going to end this episode. Go play some pool with the cue ball and a cue stick. You need them both to play pool. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. I'm doing this TikTok thing every once in a while, and there's some very silly effects happening right now. You should go see it at Speejampar. Okay, so the first word in this episode is cuke, C-U-K-E, noun, 1903. The synonym is just cucumber. That's all it is. It's just cucumber. Okay, so now I have to post this thing because, it's otherwise I think it just goes away, and that's not helping anybody, so post and bye-bye. Okay, whee! That's the sound effect for today. The next word is cul-de-sac. C-U-L-D-E-S-A-C. You can say cul-de-sac, cul-de-sac, cul-de-sac. You can emphasize that more. Yeah, that's about it. Noun from 1738, 1. A blind diverticulum or pouch. Is this the thing inside of a human body or an animal body or maybe a plant? I think I have heard of this. It's blind though. You can't see through the diverticulum or pouch. 2. A street or passage closed at one end. That end is blind. You can only see out of one end of that street or passage. I always thought it would be interesting to live in a cul-de-sac. You probably know your neighbors pretty well. You can't get away from them. You're always driving around past their house, no matter what way you gotta go. Number 3, this synonym is blind alley. So we've seen blind twice. What does the etymology say? It's French. It literally means, I wonder if, I assume people who live on a cul-de-sac must know this. It literally means bottom of the bag. If you take the cul-de-sac street and you tip it on its side, so the round part is on the bottom, it's like the bottom of a bag. The houses are at the bottom of the bag. If you live on a cul-de-sac, you live at the bottom of a bag. Whee! Oh, the plural is culs-de-sac. The S is at the end of the first word, culs-de-sac. You can also put it at the end of the sac word, cul-de-sacs, culs-de-sac. Whee! Next is culet or cullet. C-U-L-E-T. Noun from 1678. 1. The small flat facet at the bottom of a brilliant parallel to the table. See the brilliant illustration. Why do I not remember looking at the brilliant illustration? We gotta go. Is there? Oh, here it is. It's it shows pictures of a diamond. Yeah, brilliant. It's got the top view and the side view. So we talked about all that stuff. So this is the culet. So number 5 is the culet, which is the point at the bottom of a diamond. It's either the point, maybe it's a very tiny flat surface, but that is the culet. A small flat facet at the bottom of a brilliant. A brilliant is a gem, parallel to the table. Now it all makes sense. Number 2, plate armor covering the buttocks. Why is that called a culet? Okay, because it is French. It is a diminutive of cul or cul, which means backside. From the Latin culus, which is akin to the Old Irish cul, which means back. So yeah, the culet covers your butt, and then a culet is also on the butt, the bottom of we'll just say a gem or a brilliant. Yeah. Can you just call your butt a culet? I hope so. Whee! Next is culex. So it's like culet, but instead of a T, it's an X. Noun from the 15th century. Any of a large cosmopolitan genus of mosquitoes that includes the common house mosquito of Europe and North America and vectors of the viruses causing St. Louis encephalitis and West Nile fever. You want to not get bit by these suckers. The genus name is Culex, and the scientific name for the common house mosquito of Europe and North America is Culex pipiens. It's maybe pronounced that way. So they're very cosmopolitan. That's nice to hear. This is a Latin word, and it means gnat, G-N-A-T, which is funny because these are mosquitoes, not gnats. And what's even more funny is that it's also akin to the Old Irish cuil, C-U-I-L, which means fly. I got sort of spitty there. So we got flies and gnats and mosquitoes. Whee! Next is, I totally forgot to read the words before I hit record. So we have culinarian or culinarian. Noun from 1949. Synonyms are cook and chef. Somebody who knows how to make food is a culinarian or a culinarian. Whee! Oh, I got my cat Bailey here on the bed, and when I made that sound, she was not a fan. She looked at me with an evil look, like, I will destroy you. And now she's going back to sleep. Whee! Next is culinary or culinary or just culinary. I like to say just culinary. Adjective from 1638, of or relating to the kitchen or cookery. Culinarily is an adverb. Let's go make some food in the kitchen in a culinarily way. Let's see, from Latin culina or culina, and that means kitchen. And there's more at the word kiln, K-I-L-N. K-I-L-N. Yeah, kiln is like an oven for ceramics, so you can bake things in there, and you also bake stuff in an oven in your kitchen, and kiln has similar letters to culina, except we changed the C to a K. You know, it all makes sense. Wee. Next is cull. C-U-L-L, first form. Verb from the 13th century. It is just transitive. 1. To select from a group. And the synonym is choose, as in culled the best passages from the poet's work. I hope someday somebody culls all of the best moments from this podcast. 2. To reduce or control the size of by removal of especially weaker animals. I will read it. I didn't read it great. I'm sorry. There's also parentheses. So all together it says, to reduce or control the size of, as a herd, by removal, as by hunting, of especially weaker animals. By removal of especially weaker animals. Also, to hunt or kill animals as a means of population control. So this is the active act by humans to control the size of a population of animals. Probably deer. That's a very common one because I know there's a lot of deer in a lot of places. So they go and kill them. Color is a noun, and this is from the Latin collegere, which means to bind together. And that seems very opposite of what this word means. You're not binding things together, you're choosing, you're selecting, you're pulling things out, you're separating them. They're not being bound together. So I think that's kind of weird, but there must be some good reason. There's also more at the word collect. Again, that doesn't make any sense to me with this word because you're not collecting things. I mean, in a sense you kind of are, but you're pulling them out of the larger thing. So I don't know, it's very odd. Whee! Second form of cull, noun from 1809. Something rejected, especially as being inferior or worthless. As in, how to separate good-looking pecans from culls. That's from the Washington Post. Something rejected by being inferior or worthless. So are we saying that there are pecans that are worthless and inferior to other pecans? And the quote is, how to separate good-looking pecans from culls. We're not saying like culled pecans, just culls. That's a fascinating one to me. Wee. Next is Cullender, Cullender. It is an archaic variation of the synonym colander, spelled Cola. Nder. Cullender, colander. Wee. Next is cullet. So yeah, we had cullet before, but this one is spelled Cullet. Noun from 1817. Broken or refuse glass, usually added to new material to facilitate melting in making glass. So you're melting and you're making glass. You're melting glass, making new glass, and you're throwing in old glass to make new glass. I think that's what it's saying. Cullet. And so, okay, so the broken and the old glass is called cullet. It is perhaps from the French cueillette, which is the act of gathering, which also from the Latin collecta, which is the feminine of collectus, which is from the verb collegere, which, as we learned before from the word cull, it means to bind together. So yeah, bind together. The French cueillette is act of gathering. Everything's being pulled together. And then these things, the broken or refuse glass, is being combined with all the other glass to make new glass. Wee. Next is cullion. Yeah, cullion. Cullion. Noun from 1575. It is archaic, and it is a mean or base fellow. Oh, you're being such a cullion. So, the etymology is kind of interesting. It is from the Middle English, however you say this, quailon? That means testicle. It is also from the Latin collius, which means scrotum. And what's inside of a scrotum? It's testicles. So if you're being like a testicle, you are a mean or base fellow, and you are a cullion. Think we need to bring this one back. Some people I would like to call a cullion. Next is cully. Cully. First form, noun from 1664. One easily tricked or imposed on. And the synonym is dupe. A person could be a dupe, or they can be duped. Cully. Yeah, I've never heard of this one. Perhaps an alternative of couillon, which is, we think we probably read that somewhere, but yeah, okay, interesting. One easily tricked. Gullible. They would be gullible. That would be the adjective, I think. But this is the person, the cully. Hey. We have the second form of cully. This is the transitive verb form from 1676. It is archaic, and the synonyms are cheat and deceive. So a person cullies the cully. They are cheating or deceiving to the person who is being cheated or deceived. Cully the cully. Wee! Yeah, Bailey didn't like that either. Next is the first form of the word culm. Culm. Noun from the 14th century. Refuse coal screenings. And the synonym is the word slack. I have to imagine that this is just the coal. Maybe it's stuck on a screen, or maybe it's just the little crumbs that just can't be used or won't be used. So it's culm. Second form of culm, noun from circa 1657. A monocotyledonous goes over to the second line, so that's not helpful. A monocotyledonous stem. Oh, that's the end, but there is parentheses. It could be as of a grass or sedge. So it's a stem that is monocotyledonous, whatever that means. It's a single something. Mono is one. And so this is from the Latin culmus, which means stalk. So yeah, it just must mean a single stalk, a single stem. Like, oh yeah, grass. That's just a single stem. So are all grasses culms? Are there certain kinds of, I don't know. It's a monocotyledonous stem. There's also more at the word haulm, Haulm. Next is culminant. Culminant. Adjective from 1605. 1. Being at greatest altitude or on the meridian. Being at greatest altitude or on the meridian. Well, I know that the Earth has a meridian, the prime meridian. Is that what it's called? That's 0 longitude, latitude, one of those. And but I feel like there must be other contexts where meridian gets used. But whatever it is, it's culminant. Number 2, fully developed. I would love to hear an example of this. If a baby is fully developed, would you call it culminant? If a plant is fully developed, is the flower fully developed, maybe it's culminant? Who uses this? Hey, we have a couple more that are related to that, and one of them definitely makes sense to this whole thing of being fully developed. The first of them is culminate. I mean, this one makes sense too. Culminate. Verb. From 1647, starting with intransitive. 1 is talking about a celestial body. To reach its highest altitude. Also, to be directly overhead. So, the sun can reach its highest altitude above where you are if it's directly over your head. The sun has culminated. Obviously, that goes for stars and the moon and other planets, anything in the sky. 2a, to rise to or form a summit. 2b, to reach the highest or a climactic or decisive point. It's all fully developed, so you can make a decision. It has culminated to this one moment. Transitive verb, to bring to a head or to the highest point. You climb a mountain, you have culminated to the top of it. Maybe you climb some stairs, that's also culminate. This is from the Middle Latin verb culminare, which means to crown. Also from the Latin culmen, which means top. That makes sense. The crown is on the top. I'm yawning, and I hope you're yawning too. So yes, if the crown has culminated to the top of the head. There's more at the word hill. Next is culmination. I feel like there was a movie when a coach was talking to the players and the assistant coach just re-said some of the words that the coach said, just repeated them, like one word at a time. And I think one of them was culmination.
For you seniors, this marks the culmination of the past 4 years. Culmination.
Noun from 1633. 1. The action of culminating. If a thing is culminating, it is a culmination. It's a very weird sounding word. Number 2. Culminating position. And the synonym is climax. When I hear climax, I don't think of a position. necessarily. The climax of a movie is when there's all this stuff happening and the story is about to end. Culminating position. I guess if you're climbing a mountain, you're about to culminate it. I guess that would be considered a climate. I mean, it makes sense, when you think about it metaphorically. I assume climax must be a position as well. I don't know. There's a synonym. It's the word summit. Culmination. Wee. Next is our last word. It is culat. Culat? Yeah, culat. 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 Culotte. Culat. Noun from 1911. It is a divided skirt. Also, a garment having a divided skirt. It's either a skirt that is divided, or it is a garment that also includes a skirt that is divided. By the way, it is often used in plural, so culottes. I have a feeling many women know more about these than men. I've heard of it. I don't think I would have known that it is a divided skirt, but I hope I remember now. It's French, and it means breeches, which is spelled with 2 E's. Diminutive of cull. Oh, we're bringing it back around to that culet word, culet, because it is the diminutive of cull, the French col or coul, which means backside. Yeah, there's more at the word coulette or coulette. I mean, yes, it covers your backside, but they also cover your legs and your knees and your calves and all those things, depending on how far down the skirt goes. But the key thing is that it is divided, so it's basically pants. Pants. Culottes are pants. Culottes are pants. Pants are culottes. No, culottes are pants. Maybe they got pockets. Okay, so today we had cuke, cul-de-sac, culet or cullet, culex, culinarian, culinary, cull, cullender, cullet, cully, culm, culminant, culminate, culmination, and culat. I'm so sorry, I'm sleepy. I've worked a full day. So this is very difficult to pick a word of the episode. But, I like culmination. I like the culinary food. I mean, if I were a chef, I would probably pick that. But I'm a good assistant in the kitchen, or I can get some food ready that has already been prepared, and I'm just reheating it. That's as far as my skills go. Let's see. Cul-de-sac. That's kind of cool. Culottes. We got some clothes. We got that. Oh, sometimes they just jump out at me, and sometimes they don't. Let's just pick culotte, because it's a fun word. Culotte. Culotte, 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 culotte. Culottes are pants. They're divided skirts. A culotte. I'm not wearing a culotte. I'm wearing PJs. Yeah, culotte. All right, I have a feeling I am losing listeners by the day. I hope I'm not, but maybe I am. Hey, yeah, so let's just quickly say some stuff at the end of the episode. As I said at the beginning, TikTok, I did that. I just read the first word, basically, and put on a silly filter and send it out to the world at SpeedJampar. Same at name on Twitter and Instagram. The dictionary social media is at dictionarypod. I was just talking to somebody today on Twitter, and I said, hey, maybe I can have you on for an upcoming word. So maybe you'll get to see that in the middle of June. Email is dictionarypod@gmail.com. Google Voice number in the show notes. Go call it and see what happens. Patreon, give me some money. Get episodes early and exclusives. YouTube. all those things. I'm sorry I keep on saying these things, but this is what you're supposed to do when you have a podcast, and I have a daily podcast that I record a lot, and I try and keep this as simple as possible, but there's a lot of stuff to say. All right. I think that's fine. Let's see. My wife and I have been watching the Rob Zombie movies, rewatching them, I should say, because this Saturday, at the time of recording, we're gonna record. We're gonna be on a. We're gonna make a YouTube video with the guy. We're just gonna do one of those remote records where we're just gonna talk about Rob Zombie movies, and once that airs, maybe I will tweet out a link or something, because I think we're gonna have some fun talking about some Rob Zombie movies. If you like those or you hate those, we'll talk about them. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I hope you're enjoying this podcast. My name is Spencer, and I read the dictionary, and I talk about it, and sing songs sometimes. All right, the first word in this episode is culpable. C-U-L-P-A-B-L-E. Adjective from the 14th century. One is archaic, and the synonyms are guilty and criminal. Culpable, guilty, criminal. 2. Meriting condemnation or blame, especially as wrong or harmful, as in culpable negligence. So it merits condemnation. The negligence that happened needs to be condemned or blamed, especially as wrong or harmful. A synonym is the word blameworthy. Culpability is a noun, and culpableness is a noun, and kind of hard to say. And culpably is an adverb. Okay, this is from the Latin verb culpare, which means to blame. Also from culpa, which means guilt. Guilt and blaming, it's culpable. Does it make sense? I hope it makes sense. Oh, what is the sound effect going to be? Hiya! Next is culprit. C-U-L-P-R-I-T. Noun from 1678. One accused of or charged with a crime. They are the culprit. Maybe it's from, again, culpare, which means to blame. We will find out soon. Number 2, one guilty of a crime or a fault. And 3, the source or cause of a problem. What is the culprit of the problem? It could be a person. It could be something else. It could be. It doesn't have to be a people. Okay, this is from... There's a lot. Why so much information? It's all very weird. So, it's from the Anglo-French cool. Why is there a period at the end of it? That is an abbreviation of the word culpable, which means guilty, plus pressed or prit, which means ready. So guilty plus ready. And then it says, i.e., like an example, to prove it. So does that ready means to prove it? So it means ready to prove the guiltiness, I guess. Also from the Latin praestus or praestus, and there's more at the word presto. Presto, you are guilty. Hiya! Next word is cult. C-U-L-T. Noun from 1617. 1. Formal religious veneration. And the synonym is worship. So is this just worshiping in some sort of religious situation? 2. A system of religious beliefs and ritual. Also, its body of adherence. We may have to comment all this at the end when we get through these 7, 8, whatever definitions, because I got some thoughts. Number 3, a religion regarded as unorthodox or spurious. Also, its body of adherence. Same as number 2. Number 4, a system for the cure of disease based on dogma set forth by its promulgator, as in health cults. Health cults. It's getting interesting. 5A, great devotion to a person, idea, object, movement, or work, as a film or book. Especially, such devotion regarded as a literary or intellectual fad. Yeah, you hear people, they get sort of culty about a person or a thing like that. They're big fans of it. There's even movies that are cult classics. Only certain people, maybe, I don't know if cults would necessarily have been created around that movie. That would be kind of interesting. But it's more just lots of devotion to a thing. Can you ask people to make your thing a cult classic, to become a cult, to be devoted to a thing? Because if you can, I will politely ask you to make this podcast like that. Have great devotion. I don't know. There's probably only 1 or 2 people who might be like that. And hey, they're great. They're the best. 5B, the object of such devotion. So the film, the book, whatever it is, that is also a cult. 5C, a usually small group of people characterized by such devotion. So this, when it's talking about religion, I just find that interesting because I feel like, I don't know, maybe I don't know enough about cults, but are people talking about quote unquote normal religions as a cult? I mean, I'm sure there are some people, but they wouldn't probably call themselves a cult. I don't think people who are Catholic would call it a cult. Because there's here a religion regarded as okay, so this is that number 3, a religion regarded as unorthodox or spurious. So it's unorthodox. It's not typical. It's not normal. It's different. That would be a cult. But what kind of religion are we talking about? That's what I'm a little confused about. A religion. There are lots of different cults. Again, maybe I don't know enough. And then also a system of religious beliefs and ritual. That's number 2. It's got to be very specific. Specific kind of religion. Hey, we have other forms of this word. Cultic is an adjective. Cultish is an adjective. Cultishly is an adverb. Cultishness is a noun. Cultism is a noun. Cultist is a noun. And cult-like is an adjective. This is from the Latin cultus, which means care or adoration. People who have adoration for a thing may start a cult about it. Also from colere, which means to cultivate. And there's more at the word wheel. Like the wheels on the bus go round and round and round and round. Hiya! Next is culch. C-U-L-T-C-H, or you can take out the T. Noun from 1667. 1. Material, as oyster shells, laid down on oyster grounds to furnish points of attachment for the spat. So I assume that's the oyster that's doing this. They put down part of their shell to a thing to attach it for the spat. What is the spat? It's probably on an oyster. Number 2 is chiefly in New England, and the synonyms are clutter and trash. So I think we can clearly see how the people in New England feel about culch. It is perhaps from a French dialect form of the word couche, which means couch. So it's where the oyster sits down like a couch. So maybe I can call my couch a culch, because that would be fun. Hiya! Next is cultigen. Noun from 1924. A cultivated or domestic organism. Oh, there's a lot of parentheses there. A domestic organism which has diverged enough while in domestication or cultivation from its ancestors or closest wild relatives to be classified as a species, subspecies, or major variety. We have an example. The kidney bean, Phaseolus vulgaris, also the dog, Canis familiaris, or corn, Zea mays. Those would be considered cultigens because they are a cultivated or domestic organism that has diverged a lot from its original ancestor or closest wild relative, and now it is a new species, subspecies, or major variety. So the dog came from the wolf. The kidney bean, I don't know what that came from. A fish, maybe? No, probably just a different kind of bean. Also corn. Yeah, corn, I'm pretty sure has been technically maybe genetically modified. We could probably say that and it would be accurate. I mean, a dog has been genetically modified. So yeah, they are cultigens. They've been cultivated. We're going to get into that whole world now. Hi-ya! So this first one is cultivable. Cultivable. It's probably something that can be cultivated. Adjective from 1682, capable of being cultivated. That's what it says. As in, cultivable land. Cultivability. Cultivability is a noun. I don't like this word. I just don't like to say it. Cultivable. Doesn't sound right. Doesn't work for me. But land that can be cultivated where you can grow stuff would be cultivable. Hiya. Next is cultivar or cultivar. Noun from 1923. An organism, and especially one of an agricultural or horticultural variety or strain originating and persistent under cultivation. An organism, but especially one that is of the agricultural or horticultural variety or strain that originates and is persistent under cultivation. Sure. It is from the words cultivated and variety, and it is a cultivar. Hiya! Next is cultivate. Verb from circa 1655. I believe, let's see, transitive. Is it intransitive? Nope, I think it's just transitive. Number 1, to prepare or prepare and use for the raising of crops. Also, to loosen or break up the soil about. And the example of what is the breaking up the soil about is around growing plants. Cultivating them, so you're preparing the use, so you're preparing the land to raise crops, or loosening. Yeah, this is all part of the same thing. Loosening, breaking up the soil, so things can grow good. To foster the growth of, as in, cultivate vegetables. By doing that, you are making it so they can grow in a good situation. You're giving them the best possible life they can have, giving them food, giving them water, giving them sunlight, all that stuff. To be, It is the 2A definition for the word culture, which is in tomorrow's episode. 2C, to improve by labor, care, or study. And the synonym is refine. As in, cultivate the mind. I hope I am cultivating my mind by reading this book because I am improving. I don't know if I am. Maybe I'm making things worse, actually. But yes, I'm just going to say I'm cultivating my mind. 3, synonyms are further and encourage, as in, cultivate the arts. We need to do a lot more of this. We need to get the arts in schools. If it's been cut, let's bring it back. You just need to add a little bit of money in the national budget for this. Not a lot, just a little bit. Please and thank you. 4, to seek the society of. Also, make friends with. Yeah, if you're making friends with people, you're cultivating that relationship. Cultivatable is an adjective. This is from, what is it from? You know what? Not all that interesting. So, haya. Next is cultivated. Adjective from 1665, and the synonyms are refined and educated, as in cultivated speech, also as in cultivated tastes. I don't know if any of my tastes or speech are particularly refined or educated, but they have been educated in their own way and refined in their own way, so technically maybe it's true. I have cultivated my life to be what it is based on the choices that I've made in my life, and you too. But yeah, I'm not in the way that they're saying here, though. Yeah. Hiya. Next is cultivation. Noun from circa 1716. 1. Synonyms are culture and refinement. 2. The act or art of cultivating or tilling. Like tilling the land, getting it ready to plant some stuff and make it grow. Hiya! Next is cultivator. Darth cultivator. Noun from 1665, one that cultivates, especially an implement for loosening the soil while crops are growing. The person can also use this tool, and they can be called a cultivator. So the cultivator uses the cultivator to cultivate the where's that word? The cultivable land. So cultivation can happen. Hiya. Yes, we read that one. We're on our last word. It is cultural. Cultural. Adjective from circa 1864. 1. Of or relating to culture or culturing. 2. Concerned with the fostering of plant or animal growth. Thought I completely skipped a section, but no, I did not. Cultural. Culturally is an adverb. All right, it is time to reread the words. We had culpable, culprit, cult, culch, cultigen, cultivable, cultivar, cultivate, cultivated, cultivation, cultivator, and cultural. Well, it's great to cultivate things and grow stuff, but I think I'm going to pick cult as the word of the episode. This can mean a whole lot of things. But yeah, let's just sing a song about cult. How? I don't know. Cult, cult, cult. I'm gonna start a cult called the Dictionary Cult. No, I'm probably not, but I really do like cult movies. They are the best movies, they're kind of unique. I don't know about this song, or any of the songs, really. Cult, cult, go make a cult, but be cool about it. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. I looked ahead a little bit, and I realized that I made pseudo plans to record let's see, 1, 2, 3 episodes from now, or maybe 4. I gotta make a plan to record with somebody real soon, so watch out for that. All right, I'm gonna end this. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to a spooky episode of The Dictionary. It's only spooky because there is a thunderstorm going on right now, so you will very likely hear some thunder from a thunderstorm. That's what happens. I will see the flash of light, and I maybe will tell you, and then maybe you will hear some thunder. All right, if you're cool, I think you should go rate and review this podcast on Apple Podcasts and all the other places. And that would be great. It would make me feel so good. You can subscribe and share it on your various social medias if people are still doing that these days. Social media, Twitter, Instagram, those are at dictionarypod. Email is dictionarypod@gmail.com. My personal Twitter and Instagram, if you want, are at speejampar. You can go watch this show on YouTube. You can really just listen to it. There's just a logo. You can buy merchandise. All the links are in the show notes. You can join the Patreon. Regular listeners are so sick of me saying all that because they don't want to do any of those things, but maybe some new people will. Also, if you're new to this, you really should go back to the beginning and start at the A's. And, I know that these newer episodes are better, but you got to follow the journey. You got to do it. All right, I think that is enough. So let's talk about the words. The first one in this episode is cultural anthropology. It's just the normal way to spell those words. 2 words, cultural anthropology. Noun from 1933. Anthropology that deals with human culture, especially with respect to social structure, language, law, politics, religion, magic, art, and technology. And then it says compare to physical anthropology, which some of those things can be physical. That's probably more about what the people built and what they made and those types of things, opposed to, what's their culture like? What can you learn from a culture based on its social structure, language, law, politics, religion, magic, art, and technology? Which cultures have magic? I need to know this. Cultural anthropologist is a noun. Would have been great to have a cultural anthropologist on this episode, but I didn't do that. It's very difficult to find people, although we have confirmed, we don't have a date yet to record, but 2 episodes from now, June 2nd is when it's airing, I will have a guest, a very, very, very special guest. She is great. It's a she. She's on a TV show. It's a fact. It's the truth. So I'm very excited for that episode. It will be a very adult episode. So, do with that information how you ever want to do that. And very likely when I start the D's, I may just make this an all-adult, explicit podcast because, just why not? Okay, that was a little tangent. The sound effect for today is Quee! Next is culturati. 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 Noun from 1964. People intensely interested in cultural affairs. They're so very interested in the cultural affairs. Cultural affairs of what? Of who? Just everything? Or something specific? But they are intensely interested in it. Culturati. Who uses this? I don't know. It's similar to the word literati, which I assume is somebody who is intensely interested in literature. Quee! Next is culture, just the word culture. This is the first form. It's probably going to take up about half of this episode. It is a noun from the 15th century. 1. Synonyms are cultivation and tillage. And I think that would be more about growing things than the land, food. Cultivation and tillage, I guess some people call it culture. I guess if you're culturing, yeah, that makes sense. This word, there's a lot to this word. Number 2, the act of developing the intellectual and moral faculties, especially by education. The act of developing, so you go get educated and you learn about your intellectual faculties and your moral faculties. What do you want to feel about things? And you learn about things. You get this from your parents and teachers usually, but maybe there's some other people in your life who will teach you things. Hey, maybe I'm one of those peoples who are developing your intellectual and moral faculties. That would be great. Can I be your culture? 3, expert care and training, as in beauty culture. If I heard beauty culture, I would not think of expert care or training. I would think of just the world around the beauty world, hair and makeup and taking care of your skin and all that stuff. So it's interesting. 4a, enlightenment and excellence of taste acquired by intellectual and aesthetic training. I really would love some examples for some of these. Enlightenment and excellence of taste. Yeah, if you, I don't know, you think of like opera when you think of things like this, intellectual and aesthetic training. That's not the world I'm in. But do you have culture? Are you cultured? I think that's the world we're talking about here. 4b, acquaintance with and taste in fine arts, humanities, and broad aspects of science as distinguished from vocational and technical skills. Yeah, again, I would love to hear this word used in the context for these specific definitions. Acquaintance with and taste. You have taste and you are acquainted with the fine arts, the humanities, broad aspects of science. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's right. Culture, though, there's so much more to that word, which we're going to learn about now. 5a, the integrated pattern of human knowledge, belief, and behavior that depends upon the capacity for learning and transmitting knowledge to succeeding generations. I mean, that's everything right there. I do think that some of these definitions, they're much more easy to understand in context than just reading the definition. It can be hard to understand something if you're just reading this sort of vague, semi-specific definition. But yeah, I mean that was a lot of information in this one. Let's read it again. The integrated pattern of human knowledge, belief, and behavior that depends upon the capacity for learning. I wish I could put these in better terms, just simplify it a bit. The integrated pattern of human, so knowledge, belief, and behavior around learning and transmitting, learning knowledge and giving out knowledge to the younger people. It's culture. 5b, the customary beliefs, social forms, and material traits of a racial, religious, or social group. Also, the characteristic features of everyday existence as diversions or a way of life shared by people in a place or time. I feel bad for the people who had to come up with these definitions. I wouldn't even know where to begin. And then you got to come up with all the different specifics of how this word is used. I think this is probably one of the most sort of esoteric, hard to understand, just all-encompassing words with these definitions. It's great. As in popular culture, also as in Southern culture. 5C, the set of shared attitudes, values, goals, and practices that characterizes an institution or organization, as in a corporate culture focused on the bottom line. That is all about money, focused on the money. The corporate culture, though, it's not, that specific explanation or example is obviously about money, but the corporate culture extends much past money, about, it's how people treat each other and all that kind of stuff. 5D, the set of values, conventions, or social practices associated with a particular field, activity, or societal characteristic, as in studying the effect of computers on print culture. Yeah, well, if we're going to look at that example specifically, print culture like magazines and newspaper, computers, and then, of course, the internet completely changed all of that. Computers made it easier for them to create things to be printed in a magazine, say, but then eventually with the internet, it all went on the internet, and all that printed stuff is a lot harder to get people to get it, to buy it. Also as in, changing the culture of materialism will take time. Changing the culture of materialism will take time. That is a quote from Peggy O'Mara. 6. The act or process of cultivating living material, as bacteria or viruses, in prepared nutrient media, also a product of such cultivation. You have to culture the things. It's been cultured. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Cultivating living material. All right, this is a Middle English word. It means cultivated land or cultivation. That's about it. But yeah, it's spread out into just the culture. It's so hard to describe that word, but we did it. We just did it. We just read it out loud. And I just think it's a fascinating idea. What's the culture of this? What's the culture of... There's all these little culture communities all over the world, and I just think it's interesting. Don't know what else to say about it. I'm sorry. So, Quee! Next is the second form of culture. This is a verb from 1510. Let's see. It is just transitive. 1. The synonym is cultivate. 2a. To grow in a prepared medium. 2b. To start a culture from. Yeah, both of those... Oh, there is some thunder. Yeah, both of those are related to the number 6 definition for the noun, which was the act or process of cultivating living material in prepared nutrient media. Quee! Next is cultured. Adjective from circa 1746. 1 synonym is cultivated. 2. Produced under artificial conditions, as in cultured viruses, also cultured pearls. If a person is cultured, they have been cultivated by their peers and their family and friends and the older people to be cultured, to have learned a lot about a lot of things. And then they're cultured. If you know a lot about a lot of cultures, maybe you're cultured. Is that how it works? Why not? But it's being cultivated. Quee! Next is culture shock. 2 words, noun from 1940. A sense of confusion and uncertainty, sometimes with feelings of anxiety, that may affect people exposed to an alien culture or environment without adequate preparation. If you travel to another country that's very different from your country and you are not prepared for it, you have not seen pictures or videos or read about it or heard about it from people, and it's all brand new to you, you may experience culture shock. You're confused, you're uncertain, you have anxiety. Yeah. I think it's good to travel. I think it's good to see new places. Maybe after the first day of culture shock, you'll ease into it and it'll be fine. But yeah, you got to get out. You can't let something like this stop you. You know, maybe money can stop you, but culture shock, nah, just do it. Just go for it. Also, just be prepared. I think the place where I probably had not culture shock specifically, but had the most different experience to what I'm used to was in India, and just the driving itself was enough of a culture shock. Quee! Next is cultus. C-U-L-T-U-S. Noun from 1640, and the synonym is just cult. So any one of those cult words, I guess you can put it in there. This is a Latin word, cultus, which means adoration. So yeah, if we look back to yesterday, cult, it was all about, or some of the definitions were about loving something so much, maybe you would quote unquote create a cult about it, around it, just being sort of infatuated by something maybe, and yeah, so cultus, adoration, it's cult. Quee. Next is culver or culver. Noun from before the 12th century. The synonym is just pigeon. P-I-G-E-O-N. Pigeon. Is this literally the bird? Yeah. Let's see. The etymology says it is from the Latin columbula, which is the diminutive of the Latin columba, which means dove. I mean, a dove is not a pigeon, but they are both birds. So yeah, Culver is a pigeon. I wonder if the fast food place Culver's is named after pigeons. Quee. Next is culverin. C-U-L-V-E-R-I-N. Noun from the 15th century. It is just an early firearm. And then we have a rude musket. How can a musket be rude? I think any musket it's going to shoot at somebody is rude. And then B, a long cannon of the 16th and 17th centuries. And the example of that cannon is the 18-pounder. Why is it called an 18-pounder? Does the cannon weigh 18 pounds or the cannon balls, do they weigh 18 pounds? I would assume it's the cannon balls, but I don't know. I don't know my culverin. Okay, etymology, it is from the Middle French, couleuvre, which means snake. That's about it. Why is it snake? Maybe it's very long? I think I need to post a picture of a culverin because, you know, it's an early firearm. So what does it look like? Those things always look really cool. Quee! Next is culvert with a T. Noun from 1773. 1. A transverse drain. Why is it transverse? Number 2. A conduit for a culvert is also a culvert. 3. A bridge over a culvert is also a culvert. I feel like I sort of know what this is, but I think maybe I'll put a little more information in the show notes and or post a picture of a culvert. It's a drain, but why is it transverse? And then there's a bridge over it. or a conduit for it is also culvert. Quee! All right, so this next word, in my adult brain, has a meaning that, you hear people say sometimes. That definition is not in here, but I will say it because we try and make this podcast as all-encompassing as we can. It is the word, you can pronounce it a couple of ways. It's spelled C-U-M, which can be said cum or cum. This is the first form. It is a conjunction. It's practically all etymology. Okay, no, it's not practically all etymology. It's just very confusing to read all this. So, it's a conjunction from circa 1869. It means along with being. Along with being, the synonym is and. So it basically means and. And this is used to form usually hyphenated phrases, as in, a credible mining camp elder cum publican. That is from G.B. Shaw. There's another quote, Christian and Christian cum voodoo churches. That is a quote from David Binder. So yeah, it means and, because it is Latin and it means with. So with and kind of interchangeable depending on the context. And that is that. And then the other definition, which is not a conjunction, so maybe in newer versions of this, they probably wouldn't put this in the dictionary, would they? No. Again, this is very adult. Slang version, it's how do we want to put this? When a man or a woman or any person is having an orgasm, we'll just leave it at that. That's kind of the same thing. That's enough. Quee! Now we have the second form of this same word. In this case, it's an abbreviation though, so I guess you'd probably pronounce it cum, although people don't usually say abbreviations out loud. It is an abbreviation for cumulative. So cumulative is when you're, we'll learn about it. When will we learn about that? Cumulative. I think it's in tomorrow's episode. Yeah. It's when it's the total. It's you're totaling things up. What's the sum of all these things? The culmination, kind of like that. All right. One more word. Quee! It is C-U-M-B with a capital C. It's an abbreviation for Cumbria or Cumbria. And let me see if I can find the actual word. Cumbria. Where is it? Is it not in here? Cumbria. C-U-M-B-R. Nope, I don't think it is in this book, which is interesting because usually... Oh, it's not a synonym. It just means Cumbria. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe I will have to find out and put it in the show notes. I feel like it's a... No, that's Cambrian. I don't know what it is. I just don't know. All right, those were all of the words. So they were cultural anthropology, culturati, culture, cultured, culture shock, cultus, culver, culverin, culvert, cum, cumb. Well, I think I'm just going to pick culture as the word of the episode because, for all the reasons I said before, I'm just fascinated by all of these definitions, particularly, I think, 5A, the integrated... Let's sing it. Why not? Let's sing it. Okay, fine. The integrated pattern of human knowledge, belief and behavior that depends upon the capacity for learning and transmitting knowledge to succeeding generations. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting definitions here that were a little hard to understand, but, I hope we all understand the idea of culture. What's your culture? What's my culture? I don't know. Still trying to figure it out. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. We finished page 304. And, today is also the last day of May. So, happy end of May. Happy June. Starting June tomorrow means that we are in the very last month of the letter C, because this letter is ending on June 30th. Hey, we're almost there. It's been a year and a half of this one letter. Great stuff. All right, that's it. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Oh boy, happy June. Of course, you are probably not even listening to this in June. Maybe it's in the future. The far, far future. Maybe 1,000 years from now, people will be listening to this. All right. So the first word is cumber. C-U-M-B-E-R. This is a verb, first form, from the 14th century. Number 1 is archaic, and the synonyms are trouble and harass. Uh-oh, here comes cumber. 2A, to hinder or encumber by being in the way, as in, cumber with heavy clothing. Yeah, heavy clothing, that's just going to get in the way. Take off all that heavy clothing. It seems that we just turned this into encumber. We put an E-N at the beginning. 2B, to clutter up. As in, rocks cumbering the yard. Yeah. This is a word that I don't think people really use very much. Okay, the etymology, what does it say? Let's see. From Middle English, combren, short for accombren, which is from Anglo-French, encumbrer. There's more at encumber. Yes, that is basically what we're using now. Okay. Tick-a-tick-oo. Next is the second form of cumber, noun from the 14th century. Something that cumbers, especially the synonym hindrance. I really hope that if you have learned a new word, you are actively trying to remember it and use it in your everyday language. And I think this is a perfect one to try and remember. I won't do it. I won't remember, but I think you should. It would be great. Something that cumbers is a cumber. That's a funny word when you're not used to hearing it. Tick-a-tick-oo. Next is cumbersome. See, now this is a word I'm used to, and it's funny because the first part of the word is probably directly related to cumber. So this is an adjective from 1535. Number 1 is dialect, and these synonyms are burdensome and troublesome. 2, unwieldy because of heaviness and bulk. Yeah, I mean, that's similar to the verb form of cumber, to hinder or encumber by being in the way. Cumbersome. 3, slow moving. Synonym is ponderous. Sometimes my brain is ponderous. It's pondering, it's slow moving, and it is cumbersome. A synonym for everything is the word heavy. Cumbersomely is an adverb, and cumbersomeness is a noun. By the way, the thunderstorm is still technically happening from yesterday's episode, although I think a lot of it has passed because it seems like it's chilled out a lot. So we'll see. We'll see if we get any thunder in this episode. Tick-a-tick-oo! Was that even the sound effect that I made? I don't remember. Next is cumbrous. C-U-M-B-R-O-U-S. Cumbrous. Adjective from the 15th century. The synonym is cumbersome. Another synonym is the word heavy. Cumbrously is an adverb, and cumbrousness is a noun. It's just, I would think an older way to say cumbersome. They used to say cumbrous. But the words are only, maybe 100 years at most apart from each other when they were first used. Tick-a-tick-oo. Next is, well, I say cumin, but you can also say cumin or cumin. Cumin, cumin, cumin. Cumin, cumin. It's spelled Cumin. Noun from the before the 12th century. A small annual herb of the carrot family, cultivated, it's a word we had recently, cultivated for its aromatic fruits. Also, the seed-like fruit of cumin used as a spice. The species name is Cuminum siminum. Cuminum, I don't know how these words are supposed to be pronounced. Cuminum, that's the first word, cuminum. And then the second word is very similar. The only thing that changed is that first U is changed to a Y. Would that be simonum? Simonum? Chimonum? I don't know. You get the picture. So, the etymology, there's not a lot of information, but basically it goes all the way back to Akkadian kamunu, something like that, and that just means cumin. So it literally just means cumin. Cumin is cumin is cumin is cumin. Tick-a-tick-oo. Next is, now I never know how to pronounce this, so luckily the dictionary tells me I can say it 3 different ways. Cum laude, cum laude, cum laude. Is that cum laude? Cum laude? Something like that. It's basically, if you say it one way, it's probably right. I think mostly I just hear people say cum laude. It's 2 words. The second word is laude, adverb or adjective from 1893, and it means with distinction. And we learned at the end of yesterday's episode that cum means with, so loud, however you want to say that word, it means distinction, as in graduated cum laude. You can also compare it to magna cum laude or summa cum laude, and I feel like there must be at least one other one that's in that world. I don't remember, but those mean something else. I just don't remember what they mean. Magna cum laude, it must be something with distinction, and then summa cum laude is also something else with distinction. This is New Latin, and it means with praise. You'd think it would mean with distinction, but no, it literally means with praise. You have been praised, and that is a distinction. Tick-a-tick-a-goo. Next is cummerbund, or cumberbund. It is spelled Cummerbund. Cummerbund. You can also put a B instead of the second M, which is why it can also be cummerbund. Noun from 1616. It is a broad waistband, usually worn in place of a vest, with men's dress clothes and adapted in various styles of women's clothes. This word has changed, hasn't it? Now I don't even know what I know. Cumberbund. I feel like this is different than what I thought it was. And I don't even know what I thought it was anymore because I'm so focused on this one now. Maybe I will figure it out later. But basically, I did think it was cumber with a B in there. But I don't even remember what the rest of it was. So anyway, we need to talk about the etymology because it's different than what we usually see. It is from the Hindi and Urdu word kamarband, Kamarband, also from Persian, 2 words in Persian, kamar, which means waist, and band, which means band. And so it's the band around the waist. That is what it is. So it's a very literal word, and it's cummerbund. If you want to say it properly, it's cummerbund. Yeah, I think we should probably post a picture of a fun cummerbund. Next is cumshaw. I think that's how it is. Cumshaw. Noun from 1839. The synonyms, there's 4 of them. Present, gratuity, bribe, and payoff. Bribe and payoff are separated. It says present, gratuity, also bribe and payoff. So bribe and payoff, they're sort of in their own little world. Present and gratuity. What kind of present are we talking about? A present that you give somebody, which would make sense because gratuity is something that you give somebody. That's what I'm thinking of. This is a Chinese word, xiamen. That must be maybe the region or the something. Their word is kamxia, maybe, and that means grateful thanks. So you're very grateful about something, and you're saying thank you. Then you would give a kumshaw, I guess. But also, bribe and payoff, that's something different. Next is a prefix. There's 3 versions of it. cumul, or you can add an I at the end, or an O at the end. And it means cumulus and. Cumulus and. As in cumulonimbus. And cumulonimbus and cumulus. Wait a minute, I'm checking a couple of things. Cumulonimbus is going to be at the end of this episode. A version of cumulus is also going to be at the end of this episode, and then the other cumulus is going to be in tomorrow's episode. Okay, so that's cumul, or cumuli, or cumulo. Tick-a-tick-oo. Next is cumulate. Cumulate. Verb from 1534, starting with transitive 1. To gather or pile in a heap. Just throw it all into a heap. You have cumulated it. I think we're used to hearing accumulate with an AC at the beginning. Accumulate is the same idea, but this is just cumulate. Number 2, to combine into one. One thing. There's only one of everything. 3, to build up by addition of new material. And then intransitive is to become massed. Just all massed together. It's cumulate. Cumulate is also an adjective. Cumulation is a noun. That's the act of acquiring all this stuff. It is from the Latin word cumulus, cumulus, and that just means mass. There's also the verb cumulare, which I would assume means to put into a mass, but it doesn't say. Tick-a-tick-ow! Next is cumulative or cumulative. Adjective from 1605. Yeah, we mentioned this, I think, in yesterday's episode. It's totaling things up, adding them up, coming all together. But we have 5 definitions. 1A, well, there's a couple of A's and B's, so we have more than 5. 1A, made up of accumulated parts. 1B, increasing by successive additions. You are adding things to a thing, and you are increasing by those additions. 2, tending to prove the same point, as in cumulative evidence. 3A, taking effect upon completion of another penal sentence, as in a cumulative sentence. So that means if somebody did something bad and they're going to jail, they get one sentence, but then they get a cumulative sentence, which means that gets added on to the original sentence. That's not good. 3B, increasing in severity with repetition of the offense, as in cumulative penalty. So if they do the thing over and over again, say they rob a bank, and they rob a bank again, and they rob a bank again, they're going to get more and more penalty because it is accumulating or just accumulating. 4, formed by the addition of new material of the same kind, as in a cumulative book index. 5, summing or integrating overall data into, summing or integrating overall data or values of a random variable less than or equal to a specified value, as in cumulative normal distribution. Also as in cumulative frequency distribution. Cumulatively is an adverb. Cumulativeness is a noun and a clunky word to say. Next is cumulative distribution function. 3 words, noun from 1950. A function that gives the probability that a random variable is less than or equal to the independent variable of the function. And this seems like math. Next is cumuliform. Cumuliform. Adjective from 1885. Of the form of a cumulus. Of the form of a cumulus, as in cumuliform clouds. So those are clouds that take the form of cumulus clouds. Relatedly, it is cumulonimbus. Cumulonimbus. Noun from 1887. Cumulus clouds having a low base and often spread out in the shape of an anvil extending to great heights. And it says to see the cloud illustration, which we definitely read. I sort of remember it. Let's see if we can quickly just go back to that for some reason. Let's see. Clouds. Oh, wait. Maybe it's on this next page. Is it? No. It's going to be on this page, probably. Let's go back. Nope. It's gone. It disappeared. Oh, no. Here it is. Okay. So number 9, cumulonimbus. Yeah, this is big, fluffy cloud. It's real tall. Probably the tallest of all of the clouds because it has a low base and then it goes up real high. Ooh, do you hear that thunder? Maybe those are being made by cumulonimbus clouds. I have no idea. Maybe we'll post a picture of a cumulonimbus cloud. Next is our last word, cumulus. Cumulous. Adjective from 1815, resembling cumulus. And you're just going to have to wait until tomorrow to learn about cumulus, because that's the one that is spelled Cumulus. So the words today were cumber, cumbersome, cumbrous, cumin, cum laude, cumberbund, cumshaw, cumule, cumulate, cumulative, cumulative distribution function, cumuliform, cumulonimbus, and cumulus. Oh, hello, Bailey. I know you're afraid of the thunder. yes, you can just chill right here until I'm done with this episode, and then we gotta go. We gotta go. All right, so what did we have? Well, I like the etymology for cummerbund. I was not expecting that. The Persian waistband. Let's see, was there anything else? Let's see. I like cumbersome. I think I don't remember if I graduated with distinction or not. I should know this, but I don't remember. Let's see. Oh, why is this so difficult? Let's pick cummerbund as the word of the episode. I go to prom and I put on my cummerbund. You're not supposed to wear a vest when you wear a cummerbund, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna wear a vest with my cummerbund, and the colors are gonna clash. All right. If you are still listening to this podcast, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You are excellent. And hey, you just wait. There's some fun stuff coming up. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. This is the podcast that we just talk about stuff. I am really fucking excited to announce that I have Karen O'Leary on this podcast. Holy shit. This is an explicit episode because for reasons you will find out soon enough. So Karen, hi, how are you?
Kia ora, hello. I'm very ecstatic to be here, and it's lovely to be chatting to you, Spencer.
It is lovely to be chatting with you. We have actually already been chatting for like almost 13 minutes. I pretended like we had just seen each other for the first time.
I know, and I feel like we've already wasted a lot of our good material. So apologies in advance if this podcast ends up being really boring. It's because we just said heaps of funny stuff before we started recording.
And nobody will ever hear it.
Rats!
Yeah. So, Karen, you are, in my eyes, a fucking star. And you are on one of the absolute funniest shows in the world, literally the world. Like a lot of the media in the world is from America, but this is not from America. This is from New Zealand. It is called Wellington Paranormal. Can you just talk a little bit about the show and how you got connected with it?
Yeah, sure. So Wellington Paranormal is a spin-off from the movie What We Do in the Shadows, and obviously you guys over there in America have got the What We Do in the Shadows TV show as well. So I was a teacher. And one of the parents at my early childhood centre came along to me one day and said, these two guys are making a movie. They need a cop. Karen, you should try out. And I said, no fucking way. Well, I didn't say that because I was at work, so I wouldn't have sworn. I said, no, thank you. I'm not an actor. I'm a teacher. Anyway, long story short, she convinced me to go and talk to her, secretly organise an audition. And I was feeling very sick and hungover, so I was just trying not to vomit. And I was obviously very deadpan. And so I did talk like I would if I was a cop. And the next day, Tina Cleary said, yeah, Taika and Jermaine loved you. You're in the movie. And I was like, what? In a movie? Oh, God, I don't know how to do that. And then after the movie came out, lo and behold, a year or so later, someone rang me, this man, Paul Yates, who I had never met, said, hello, we're thinking of maybe making a spin-off show of just the cops. Would you like to be in a TV show? I said, sure, I could be in a TV show, thinking I can't be in a TV show. And then it's all sort of spiraled out of control from there, but in a very positive and good way.
How many times do you think you have told that story?
Oh, twice.
I have a feeling you've told it a lot
to
more
the power of 50. I know I've got it a lot shorter. It used to be a lot longer. We'd have been here all day. That I used to tell it with a lot more passion and enthusiasm. Now I'm just like, yeah. So then that happened, and then I was on a TV show. No, but it's still
through it.
I feel very fortunate for the whole situation is quite absurd in a way. But it's led me to a whole new sort of chapter of my whole life, actually. It's quite profound, and I feel very fortunate.
Well, yeah, I'm selfishly, I'm very pleased that all this happened because then I got to watch this amazing show. And if you haven't watched it, you got to go watch Wellington Paranormal. Please and thank you.
Yeah, you should. And, HBO Max and CW. What's the other one? CW.
Well, there is the CW. Is Wellington Paranormal on the CW? Maybe.
Yeah,
I definitely know
Max.
HBO Max. Yeah, for sure. That's
and it's a great show. It's on in 65 countries around the world. Apparently, I'm massive in Mozambique. Who'd have thought?
If you want to be massive somewhere, I think Mozambique is the place to do it.
I've always secretly wanted to be, Yeah.
Yeah. So we are going to read some words, and there's going to be a couple of words. One in particular, when we had you on my wife's podcast called Horrors Talk Horror, because
Yes.
we were such fans of Wellington Paranormal, we reached out to you to see if you would be willing to be on that show, and you very graciously replied to my Twitter DM and said yes. So we had a great time talking to you, and a certain word that will be told in this episode came up a number of times because you're from New Zealand, and it is, your country has a different relationship to this word than ours does. I thought,
Yes.
why not have the wonderful Karen O'Leary on for this episode?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always good to have different perspectives on things.
Yeah.
I think that's where learning can happen, and obviously it's whether or not we learn anything, or whether I just get in massive trouble for talking about this word at length on a podcast. But you only live once.
I mean, you have one opportunity to do this. You might as well, what do they say? Go big or go home?
I just always say yes. That's my either amazing talent or number one flaw.
I completely agree with you that we need to get different points of view. We need to learn. You don't learn, you don't change, you don't grow unless you get these other points of view. There are
Absolutely.
studies where they say the more diverse a group is, the better it does overall. So Sharon and I love traveling. We love learning about other cultures, and we have been to your wonderful New Zealand. I've been there once. She's been there twice, and it is, if you can go, please go to there. But don't take over, because it needs to be a chill, cool country, I think. That's how it feels to me.
Yeah, come over and just if you're in Wellington, hit me up. I'll take you for a beer. It'll be the best of times.
Will do. I will take you up on that.
Okay, great. I was talking to everyone listening. I mean, anyone that wants to come, I'll take anyone for a beer. Okay.
All 50 people who are listening.
50 people? I thought you said it was 500,000.
Oh yeah, I may have let that slip just to get you on the show.
Okay, I've just realised I've got to go now. But it's been lovely talking to you, Spencer. And no, just joking.
Yeah. Well, what a perfect way to segue into our first completely related word, which is not related at all. It is the word cumulus. 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 This 10 minutes in is finally when the people are like, "Oh, great, he's talking about the words. This is what we're here for."
Sorry, they've been waiting for this, and we've been rabbiting on about all sorts of things. Sorry, everyone.
That honestly, that was my favorite part.
Okay, great. Well, it's going to get better. Trust me. Let's go. Cumulus. Give me the definition, Spencer. I need to know what it means.
Noun from 1659. Number 1, the synonyms are heap and accumulation. Is a cumulus. Number 2, a dense puffy cloud form, having a flat base and rounded outlines, often piled up like a mountain. And then it says to see the cloud illustration. We did that before.
Which we can't see, but we can imagine. And in fact, I'm looking at some cumulus clouds right now at my window. So there you go.
Are you an expert enough with clouds to know what
Nimbus?
you can look at a cloud and say do you know what a nimbus looks like?
Yes. Cumulus. And then what's the other one? There's a third main one.
Cumulonimbus?
Yes, that is the other one. Okay, I'm not an expert at all, but I do know the names and I remember them from high school. But yeah.
That's as much as I know. I know a couple of the names, but I couldn't tell you which one. I don't know. And there's like 30 other ones that they don't even teach you about.
Well, we don't need to know about those ones. Obviously, that's just excessive. But I think with the cumulus cloud, from the description that you've just given from the dictionary, they're the ones that you draw when you're a kid. When you're first drawing clouds in a picture. That's the ones I'm imagining. Yeah, it's like the boing, 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 flat on the bottom.
Yeah,
Isn't
yeah.
it safe? Yeah.
Yeah, flat on the bottom. It's the perfect cloud.
Yeah. So I think we've worked out exactly what kind of cloud we're talking about now. And, cirrus, that's another kind of cloud. Cirrus.
That's the one. It was like halfway in my brain. Thank
Yeah.
you for bringing that up.
It's okay.
Now is the time that we finish that word. Can you please give me a sound effect? I will make the sound effect with my mouth.
What?
Like a name of a thing. What makes a sound?
Like a duck.
A duck. Okay. That will now. Ooh. See, I think you win on that one.
Thank you.
After I read each word and the definitions, I do a sound effect, and that helps to designate when one is done and the next one's starting. And that was actually suggested by somebody who heard maybe one episode, and so I instilled it, and now it is the thing that happens.
Okay, great. So you hear the duck. We're on to the next word, everyone. Just listen out for that duck.
Bingo. Next word is cunctation. Cunctation, noun from 1585. The synonym is just delay. I've been cunctated. You were cunctated coming here, actually, because you had an audition.
Yeah, I do apologise for my cunctation. I did have an urgent audition that I had to do, but I'm happy that you were happy that I was cunctated and you were okay to wait for me. So that's I really appreciate that.
And if you hadn't been cunctated, then I wouldn't have been able to have something to talk about for this word cunctation because I didn't know what to say.
Well, this is you see, I'd done the research, Spencer. I'd looked at all the words, I've learnt them. I've done heaps and heaps of research. So I purposely lied about having an audition just so that I was cunctated. That's not actually true, but it makes for a better story.
Well, the word that you just said, cunctative, that is the adjective form of that. Sharon, that's my wife's name. Karen, see, it's easy to mix that up.
It's very similar, yeah.
Similar, very similar. But lost my place in my brain.
Adjective.
The etymology says it is from cunctari, the Latin cunctari, which means to hesitate. And sometimes if you hesitate, you just forget. Akin to the Sanskrit sankate, that means he wavers, and then also the Old English hangyan, which means to hang. So hesitating, wavering, hanging, and that becomes delay.
So it's kind of like if you're a little bit like cautious, if you're cautious, you might miss out on an opportunity. Is that what it's trying to say? Or that just you're going to lose your train of thought?
See, I lose my train of thought all the time, as we've already seen. Maybe that was meant to be. That's it. It's just delaying. Cunctation. I don't think I will use this in my day-to-day life because I won't even know how to use it.
Well, that's fair enough. But it's got quite an interesting sounding word, cunctation.
Yeah. I've always been a fan of those. Cunctation. I found it sound very fancy saying cunctation.
Yeah. I'm going to try and use it today.
Let me know how that goes. Can you tweet out
I'll do a tweet
what it is that you said?
Used cunctation today in general conversation. People looked at me like I was an idiot. Probably. That'll probably be the gist of it.
That's exactly what would happen to me if I did that. I'd be like, What, Spencer? What's wrong with you? Okay. I think we'll go back and forth with this duck sound. Does that sound good?
Yeah, because I do really like my duck sound. So you just let me know. You point at me and I'll sound like a duck.
That's probably very accurate because I think that they do quack. If they're going to quack, they're not going to quack once. They're going to quack a lot. Like if they're going to say something, they're going to say something all the way.
I'm an enthusiastic duck.
Karen and the Enthusiastic Ducks.
There's a book there, surely. Yeah.
Sounds like a band, and maybe to me.
Okay, I've already got a band.
What's the band called?
My band's called Fun and Funner. And it's why are you laughing? It's a really serious band. No, it's a really cool band with my best friend Tom Watson, and it's music for children, but it's music for children that adults can actually listen to without wanting to poke themselves in the eye with a compass.
That
really
is
cool.
Exactly how kids' music should be.
Well, check it out on Spotify, everyone. The 50 people that have got kids, check it out. It's Fun and Funner on Spotify. Listen now. Thank you.
I am definitely going to listen. I'm a fan of kids' music. Like, They Might Be Giants. They have kids' music. I don't know if you listen to their stuff, but their stuff is also kids' music that adults want to listen to, and it worked perfectly for them because all of their fans were adults by that point.
Yeah,
we still love it.
Well, this is one of my number one songs is called Gay Blades, which is it's pretty hard rock. I've got a song about poo and the wharepaku, which is the Māori word for toilet in New Zealand. So it's teaching kids where to go for a shit. So it's educational, but also fun.
Just like this podcast.
Absolutely. Sorry, I've done the dick noise. I haven't done a dick noise. Not in a long time. But we've done the duck noise. Now we need to move on to the next jolly word, Spencer.
The next word is, it sounded like a host.
Okay,
sorry. Like a TV show. No, that was perfect. Next is cuneate or cuneate. It is an adjective from 1658. It means narrowly triangular with the acute angle toward the base. And then it says to see the leaf illustration. So this must be mostly with leaves. Narrowly, it's like a triangle, but it's a very narrow triangle. And the angle near the base of the stem is acute, not obtuse. And then this is from the Latin cuneus, which means wedge. So yeah, it's kind of wedge shaped.
It's kind of like a little triangle leaf that you just find on a tree. Might have fallen onto the ground. Have you
Yep.
seen many? What is it again? Cuneate.
Cuneate.
Cuneate. Have you got many cuneate leaves in Chicago?
I don't think so. I think most of our leaves are on the wider side. We got elms and oaks.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the American leaves tend to be bigger, kind of like most things that I've experienced in America. You like things to be big, Whereas New Zealand, we've got some very small leaves over here, tiny. Can hardly see them.
I'm sure we have something, but I just can't think of any. Next time I'm on a walk, I was just on a walk before we did this record. I should have been looking. I don't know why. I should have been looking at the leaves to see if I saw any that were cuneate.
Well, we'll both do that, and then we can send each other a photo, and whoever finds a cuneate leaf first was the winner.
What do we win? Doesn't matter.
We win the trophy of being the winner. That's all I need.
That's me too. Just the knowledge of that. Next is cuneiform or cuneiform. I said those the same way. Cuneiform or cuneiform. You got emphasize the first or the second syllable.
Okay.
It is an adjective from 1677. Number 1, having the shape of a wedge. Number 2, composed of or written in wedge-shaped characters, as in cuneiform syllabary. I think that's how you say that word, syllabary.
Is it like syllables? Syllabary?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yep.
It's the syllabary would be all the collection of possible syllables of a thing, of a language, I guess. Maybe?
Okay, good. Oh, the syllabary. Yep, got it.
Yeah. The
So
etymology isn't... Go ahead.
Sorry, I keep interrupting, Spencer, when you're trying to... keep
No.
going.
Actually, I meant to tell you before, if you start to talk, I will shut the fuck up because I will let you talk. So do not feel bad about that.
But now I've... well, what have I done?
Lost...
Conjugate.
Contation?
Cuntated.
Yes,
no,
cunctated.
I've lost my train of thought. Carry on.
We were talking about the syllables.
Yeah, syllabary.
Syllabary or syllabary?
Syllabary. I'd say syllabary, but I think syllabary is probably correct. And you've got the dictionary in front of you, so.
Well, no, I don't have this word in front of me, but you bring up an interesting point, which I have often thought about, which is that a lot of differences between American English and, say, New Zealand or Australian or English, Irish, Scottish, that world. There's one thing. If you could change one thing between those languages, it would be which syllable is emphasized, and that alone will designate how a word is said in either American English or the other ones.
Yeah, I just really want to know. Like, we've obviously got aluminium in New Zealand, but you guys have got aluminum. Do you spell it differently because you don't even have an I in the end bit? How do you spell aluminum?
I believe we do not put the I at the end, and I just realized I completely interrupted your thought about syllabary with my whole emphasis thing. But anyway, yes, I think we do spell it differently.
Yeah, but I'm more passionate about knowing why you call it aluminum, and also why, like all of those things that you've decided to have a different word for than the rest of the world. It makes, maybe it's a different perspective, and that's really great. But sometimes I think potentially, maybe you guys could change a little bit too, in terms of your language.
In one area, which is even more than language, I actually agree with you. I partially agree with you. The metric system we 100% need to take. I know that doesn't have anything to do with language exactly.
Oh, it's the same. It's the same philosophy.
Yeah. Why, when we came over to this country, why did we change everything? They didn't all become better. We could have left a few things.
Yeah, look, I can't answer that, Spencer, but what I can say is that the syllabary, of this wedge type word, I'm just wanting to see, like, I can't quite imagine how that works in terms of a word. Do you know that bit about the word, making a wedge-shaped word?
Yeah, well...
What does that mean? What does that actually mean?
You are in luck, young lady, because...
Great.
You have to make a quack sound right now. Thank you. We now have this second form of cuneiform. By the way, which way do you like to say this word? Cuneiform or cuneiform?
I'd say cuneiform.
Cuneiform.
Yeah.
That's actually how I think I would have said it too. A cuneiform.
Yeah.
Okay, glad we got that out of the way. So we have the second form. It is a noun from 1808. Number 1 is a cuneiform part. So a part of a cuneiform. Oh, this word.
Yeah.
Specifically, a cuneiform bone or cartilage. So a bone or cartilage in your body could be shaped like that. Like, I can imagine that. Okay. You
Yep.
too? Great.
Yes, indeed. I'm there.
Number 2 is cuneiform writing. And I have heard of this, but I've never known what it was. Luckily for us, there is a little picture. I don't know if you have the picture in front of you that I sent you, but
Oh, certainly not. I should have, but I don't. I'm very disorganized.
no, totally fine. This is perfect. I will auditorily describe this to you, which will be
Great.
actually incredibly difficult. So basically, if I'm understanding this correctly, basically people many, many, many years ago, I would assume thousands, but maybe just hundreds of years ago, they started creating writing. I think this is like the first form of writing. And I'm just basing this off of what I'm seeing in this thing.
Okay.
Which is, I don't have any knowledge. They made these little wedge-shaped stamps, and they stamped them into, say, probably clay or something.
Yeah.
And then they created different shapes of rotating it, and is there a vertical? Is there a horizontal one? And each of those different shapes then mean a different syllable or a word, possibly.
So it's like a special code, but it's the origins of word letter making. Is that what we're saying?
I think it is. I don't know for sure, and I will put a link in the show notes. If I'll do a tiny bit of research, which is basically just me grabbing a Wikipedia link.
Yeah.
But I will read a little bit of it because I'm actually really curious. So yeah, I think these are like the early forms of writing, and it's just kind of a genius way to like, okay, if you want to create something, if you want to take the sounds from your mouth and put them onto a thing. What are you going to do? The easiest thing is probably to stamp in clay. These are like natural things that people had, and they could easily carve a wedge shape. And it makes sense that like it's a wedge and not a single line, because then the wedge,
it makes more patterns.
Depending on which direction it is, you can see a difference in it.
Yeah.
I just think it's a really clever thing that somebody came up with, or probably a lot of people came up with. So yeah, I want to learn more about cuneiform.
Yes, do, and I can't wait to hear all about it. It was my turn to be the duck then, Spencer. But
no, I thought you did it last time.
Okay, I did probably.
I can point to you.
No, it's all right. No, now I've embarrassed myself. You're right. It was your turn. I don't know. I can't remember now. So many words to think about.
You know what the great thing about this is that you can rewind it. It's actually being recorded, so we can prove later. It doesn't matter.
So if I ever say, Spencer, I'm busting to go to the toilet, you can just cut that bit out, and then I can go to the toilet and come back. Is that right?
Yes, this is absolutely editable, but I would want to leave it in.
Oh, me going to the toilet. You want me to take my microphone with me to the toilet? Because that's getting a little bit weird.
No.
Spencer.
Just the pause.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, great. You can just have the sound of nothing.
Silence.
The sound of New Zealand. The sound of New Zealand, which is a beautiful sound.
Can you put the microphone by the window?
Yeah, I can put it out the window. There's bound to be a fire engine coming past soon.
Well, if you have to go to the loo, then do that.
No, I don't need to go just yet. I was gonna. Well, I will in a minute.
Later.
Yeah, but later. But I was just gonna say the last week when I was here, there's fire engines coming. I live at like at the edge of the city, so I'm in town. Kind of urban. Shit. Oh shit! You've dropped your headphone there. Be careful. And lo and behold, walking up one of the main streets in Wellington, were these people on their horses just trotting on up, and I don't know what they were doing, but they were just walking past on horses, and their horses were doing enormous big shits all over the footpath. Obviously in New Zealand you've got to pick up your dog shit. Those people didn't have massive big poo bags for their horse shit. I was like, this is outrageous, and I was tempted to shout out the window, but I decided not to. Anyway, that's my story about horses. On that note, I am going to the toilet. Now I've made it sound like I'm going for a shit. I'm just going for a wee. Goodbye, and I'll be back. I'm back.
Hello.
It's lovely to be back. Thank you for having me. And what are we up to now?
It is lovely to have you back. That was like our commercial break. If I had a commercial, I would have put it there.
We could make a commercial for my band, Fun and Funner. Listen, tune in on Spotify. No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to plug it. I'm just being a dick.
No, you should. No. If you had to make a commercial for Fun and Funner, what would it be?
It'd just be me and Tom being ridiculous and hilarious, hopefully, and saying, hey, if you got kids at home, don't know what to do with them, hey, put on Spotify, put on Fun and Funner on Spotify, and just That's not a very good ad so far. I'm not selling anything. And your children and you will have a great time.
Boo boo
Please.
boo.
Yeah.
All right. I think I did my quack sound, but I'll just do it again. Okay. The next word is cunner. Noun from 1602. Either of two rasses, that is spelled W-R-A-S-S-E-S, rasses. Either of two of them. A European wrasse with the scientific name Crenelabrus melops, and also B, a wrasse common along the northeastern U.S. and adjacent Canadian coast. So like Maine, and what else is up by Maine in Canada? It's what's that? Newfoundland? Is that up there?
I have no idea because I'm from New Zealand. So, yeah, but there's
Literally the opposite side.
Yeah, so like, isn't Alaska up there? Or is that
that would be the West Coast.
Oh yeah, I know that. I didn't mean Alaska. I meant Washington, D.C.
That's D.C. Yeah. That's definitely in that area. Not quite like the way
Minnesota.
northeast,
What about
but
Minnesota? Yeah. Minnesota. Where's Minnesota?
This is now geography with
lesson.
Karen O'Leary. Yeah. United States geography with Karen O'Leary.
It's just yeah.
So my state, Illinois, is pretty much right in the center. It's like a little bit to the right of center. And then Minnesota is a little bit north of us and to the west. So like maybe 45 degrees to the northwest of us.
Okay, cool. I still have no idea where any of those places are.
North,
yeah.
They do border Canada, though. That is correct.
Great.
Ding,
and
ding, ding.
Illinois, sorry, can I just quickly ask one more question just while I'm learning about America? Because this also helpful
You
for
have
me.
as much time as you want, whatever you want.
Right, I just want to know Illinois. What kind of how would people of Illinois generally vote?
Blue.
Or is that too topical? Blue.
Oh no,
are they the good ones?
we get topical here for sure.
Okay,
if
good.
you can't get topical on the dictionary, you can't get topical anywhere.
Absolutely. Good. Thank you. We can carry on now with the word. The rasses, and also what's a rasser?
That's my question. It's just wrasse, W-R-A-S-S-E. But yeah, no, I don't know what this is. I'm guessing it is a bird. It sounds like a bird to me.
Okay, it sounds maybe like a plant to me, but maybe you're going to have to wait till you get all the way to W to find out what a wrasse is.
We have to sit and wait. By this way, the scientific name for the second one, which is in that northeastern region, Tautogolabrus adspersus. And nobody knows where this word is from. There's no etymology.
So it's just a made-up word.
Yeah, somebody just made it up, like
Okay,
all
cool.
other language.
Yeah, that's right.
The next word. Thank you, Duck. The next
Welcome.
word is... This actually is another word that I feel like Karen might have a few things to say about, but that was an accident. She's here for a different word. This word is an accident. It is the word cunnilingus. And also, interesting, you can also replace the G with a CT, and it would be cunnilinctus, and I have never heard that before.
Neither.
This is, first of all, it is just a fun word. I think we can all agree on that.
I'll agree on that. I've got no idea what it means. I'm looking forward to the definition so I can learn more about what this cunnilingus thing is.
Well, we all will learn together. It is a noun. Yes. Noun from 1887. Oral stimulation of the vulva or clitoris, or as some people might say, clitoris. What's your preference?
Clitoris, for me. Clitoris.
The emphasis on the first syllable.
Yeah, that's New Zealand. Yeah.
I think it's American too, actually. Maybe that's one of the ones that we share.
Is it? Yeah, okay.
In terms of the emphasis. I don't know.
So anyway, Karen, I'm getting excited about this word now that I'm starting to learn about it.
It sounds good to you? Okay.
For some reason, I feel like I've got an affinity to this word. I'm not quite sure why yet, but let's explore that.
This is what we're here to explore. The whole definition is just that, oral stimulation of the vulva or clitoris, and that's a very simple definition, doesn't go into details.
Doesn't tell you how to be good at it or not?
There's no description.
There's no advice.
To speak of.
Advice. Right, okay, yep.
No. If you were coming to the dictionary for advice, suggestions, tips, and tricks...
If I was coming to the dictionary, that'd probably be because of cunnilingus.
It's possible. Yes, I didn't even. Did I say that? Was that a slip that I didn't even?
No, cool. I'm just,
If you are coming to the dictionary,
yeah, it's because I'm reading the word cunnilingus in it, and I'm like, this word is hot. Also, I don't do that.
is it just dumb to say, oh, Karen, why do you feel an affinity to that? Why does this sound like good to you?
I think it's not dumb, Spencer. I think it's a good clarifier question. And I think the words, it sounds great to me because I very much enjoy it. I enjoy receiving it and giving it as a lesbian. I think it's a word that just really suits me, you know? I feel at home with that word, even though, like most of the sexual words that relate to activities between people that identify as women, I'm not sure that I love the actual sound of the word.
Mm.
You know, like I think, like let's think about the opposite. So if you're going to get a blowjob, you know, kind of a strong, powerful act, something that makes you feel a bit hot, a bit sexy. Cunnilingus. Oh, I wouldn't mind a bit of cunnilingus right now. Not quite as hot and sexy. Do you know what I mean? Or do you think that? Or do you think it sounds sexy to say,
No.
Hey, baby. Do you feel like some cunnilingus tonight? It's like, well, not now that you said that.
Have you never said that to somebody?
No, I have not. Because I know they always want it. No, only if they do want it in a consensual way. Yeah.
Right. You don't even need to ask.
No, but I would ask. Consent's important. I do ask all of the time.
Yes.
But just not with the word, you know? I ask with my, in other ways.
Okay, the science-y part of the word cunnilingus is from the Latin, or it is a Latin word, and it means, literally, it just means one who licks the vulva, because it is from cunus, which means vulva, and then lingere, which means to lick. Also, there's another similar phrase, cunolinctus. This is the CT version. That is from cunus, and linctus, which is the act of licking. So it's literally licking the thing that is the first part of the word, the vulva, the cunus.
Yeah, which also, because obviously it used to be called a cunny, didn't it, back in the olden days?
Oh, well, I would have thought that cunnilingus came first and then cunny next. Did people say that?
Well, I would agree with you now that you've said that. So yes, correct.
Is that still getting used in New Zealand? Is that like a slang?
No.
Way to
That's
say
just
it?
like that's just like in old-fashioned books and stuff. They always refer to it as a cunny.
All right. Will, do you have anything else to say about cunnilingus?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a fantastic pastime. Like I said, the word itself, I think, could be jazzed up a little bit. We could think of it, you know, a better way to say it. But the word itself, I mean, like you say, it's very literal. It makes the definition is true to what it is. So you can't argue with that. And maybe I could just try and make the word cunnilingus cool.
I mean, I think the beginning of that is right now for sure.
Yes.
Which do you like better? I don't know if I asked you this, cunnilingus or cunnilinctus. Did I ask you that?
Well, you didn't ask me, but I think I would obviously go for what I know, which is the nature of how people act anyway. So I would prefer cunnilingus. And also there's a cough medicine in New Zealand called G's Linctus. And so as soon as you said Linctus, it just reminded me of cough medicine. And I don't really like to think about doing cunnilingus and coughing. I think that's a bad combination. So I'm going to stick with the lingus. But if you prefer the sound Linctus, then by all means use it. Embrace it. Love it.
That one is more almost literal sounding. Lick, link. I don't know. That's just where my brain goes with that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree. Cunnilingus is probably the better word. The one last thing I will say about it is I've just loved the joke. It's not even a joke. It's just wordplay of cunning linguist. I assume you've probably heard that.
Yes, indeed. It's genius.
It is genius. It's a beautiful pairing of words. And I will probably never be a cunning linguist, even though I'm reading the whole dictionary. I'm going to forget 99% of these words. But maybe I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
So I believe it is quack time, and I think it might be your quack time.
Okay.
Do you have ducks that live near you?
No,
You and my dad could have a Donald Duck off, because ever since I was a kid, he would do the Donald Duck voice, and I could never quite do it. I could do better than most people, but it was very difficult to actually get words out. So that was very impressive.
Oh, I can't. I need to practice. I haven't practiced since I was a kid, but I'll get there.
It's really
Anyway,
hard on the throat.
Yeah. I use the side of my cheek to do it.
Yeah, that's how I do it too. But it's
Yeah.
hard to get words out. I'll try later, maybe.
Okay,
Maybe
great.
when
Sorry.
we get to duck. Ooh, yeah, that'll be a good one.
Good.
This word is the first form of the word cunning. It is an adjective from the 14th century. Number 1, dexterous or crafty in the use of special resources or in attaining an end. And examples of the special resources are skill or knowledge. We have an example. A cunning plotter. Ooh, I'm going to plot some heist movie.
Wasn't it to show that as their example, they didn't have a cunning linguist? Because that would have been perfect coming straight after cunning linguist.
You know,
They missed an opportunity there in the dictionary. I don't know who was writing it, but they weren't a cunning linguist at all.
fucking idiots is who's writing it.
Absolutely. Chumps.
No, I have actually, I have praised them on multiple occasions. I have also said, that doesn't really work for me. I have said that too. Not, it's more my own personal opinions. I don't like
Yeah.
it, but they're technically accurate. So yes, cunning linguist would have been a perfect example to put here, and they really missed an opportunity. And I'm hoping that the next version of this will have that in there, because, come on.
It should.
It's obvious. Yeah.
It's obvious. It's not even cunning. It's just sensible.
It's right. It's just the logical thing to do, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Number 2 for cunning, displaying keen insight, as in a cunning observation. I like observing people, but I don't know if I've ever made a cunning observation on somebody.
It kind of makes you feel like you're doing something a little bit sneaky if you're being cunning, don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
So if you're cunningly observing someone, I feel like you're kind of stalking them, maybe. Which
Yeah, that's probably not something to do.
no, not unless the other person likes being stalked. Again, it's all about consent. You know, you've got to ask people, "Would you mind if I stalk you?" They say, "Sure." Then stalk away. Make some cunning observations of them and their behaviours. You know, but otherwise, I just say, yeah, steer clear of that.
I 100% agree. If you're going to stalk, do it with consent. And if they say no, you got to respect. They didn't give you consent. You got to respect that.
Absolutely.
But maybe you can throw in the rule of whenever I'm done with the stalking, you need to stop stalking.
Yeah, right. So if you've said yes, and then you're like, okay, now I'm actually getting sick of this, then you've got like a safe word,
Right.
or just a word like "stop it." That's actually 2 words. Yeah, stop.
Stop.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all you
Yeah.
need. Just one word. It's a very simple, short, easy word to say that is easy to understand.
A lot of people, and again, we're going to go back to this. Well, it's hard for me not to go back to this sort of patriarchy kind of society that we live in.
Me too.
A lot of people don't listen to the word stop, though, do they? Which is problematic.
It really is.
And so until we can get people to actually listen, you know, I guess that word is a word that should be powerful and have a lot of weight. It still sometimes means absolutely nothing to some people, which is a real shame.
I think we need to bring back the song Stop in the Name of Love.
Yeah. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. That was it, before you break my heart.
Yeah. Think it over.
Yeah. It also, it's like before you break my anything, my arm, break my confidence, break my security. I don't know.
Literally any of that.
Me and Tom will do a rewrite of that song as well and send it on through.
Oh, yeah. Okay, number 3 for cunning is characterized by willingness, and trickery. Oh, no, it's not willingness.
Oh, I was going to be like, yes, willingness. This is great.
I was like, what is that word? That would have been spelled with 2 L's. This is 1 L, which is wiliness.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Makes more sense now.
Gives way more sense. Characterized by wiliness and trickery, as in cunning schemes. I have never done a cunning scheme. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, I feel like I've done heaps of cunning schemes. I can't talk about any of them, obviously, but they were really cunning, and I got away with heaps of stuff I shouldn't have. So yes.
I was way too good of a kid. Okay, number 4, we're still talking about cunning. Prettily appealing. Prettily appealing. Something that is appealing and it is pretty. Prettily appealing. As the synonym is cute. Okay. And then the example, a cunning, cute kitten.
Well, I never would have thought that cunning could be a synonym for cute.
I would not have said that either, but what I will say is the example, a cunning little kitten. I personally, if I read that, which I just did, I would think that in my brain, the way I'm interpreting it is that the kittens are very cute, but they also have shockingly sharp claws and are not afraid to use them at all. So I think it's more like a scheming little kitten. That's how I think of it.
Cats are notoriously selfish and just just mischievous. So I think you're right there. So cunning in terms of a kitten, appropriate, kind of cute, but also probably going to scratch your face off.
Prettily appealing. It's how that pulls you in because it's so pretty and cute, but then it gets you with its claws.
Yeah.
A synonym for the word cunning is clever and sly. Cunningly is an adverb. And this is just from of can. No, I don't understand that. I'm going to make a quack quack sound.
Okay.
We have the second form of cunning. It is a noun from the 14th century. Number 1 is obsolete, and the 1A, the synonyms are knowledge and learning. Cunning, knowledge, learning. 1B is magic art. 2, dexterous skill and subtlety. And the examples of that would be as in inventing, devising, or executing. Dexterous skill or subtlety. You are showing your cunning when you are inventing, devising, or executing. All right. As in the example, high-ribbed vault with perfect cunning framed. This doesn't even sound like a sentence to me. That's a quote from William Wordsworth. He's not his worth in words with that phrase. It's really out of context, so it's really breaking my brain. Ribbed? No. High-ribbed vault with perfect cunning framed. I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm a dumb
framed.
American. Yeah, with an ED at the end.
Well, no, I'm on your side with this one, Spencer. That's ridiculous. Wordsworth doesn't even know anything about words.
Nope. It was an ironic name. Number 3 for cunning, the synonyms are craft and slyness. Oh, I wish I had cunning, though. No, I don't.
Well, I think cunning can be okay. I feel like you...
To an extent.
Yeah.
What extent would that be?
Well, sometimes it's good to be cunning and sly when you're just going like behind the backs of people that are doing bad things. Like you can use a bit of cunning and sly to achieve something positive and good, but you have to be cunning to get to that point. And I don't have an issue with that. I feel like that's clever. But if you're cunning to good people, then that makes you a baddie. So it's just about where you use your cunning. So use your cunning to affect positive change, or use your cunning to be a bastard. And I guess I'd choose the first one.
I would too. I would be right there with you. I plan to be right there with you. And yeah, it all depends on context. What, who is doing what. And the weird thing about that though, is that, and this gets into a whole other thing, which obviously we don't need to talk about, but I think about this, which is, even the people who we say are doing bad things, in their own mind, they're the hero of their own story. That's the phrase. They think they're doing good, but really, to me, it just is selfish.
Absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Spencer.
Enough.
I'm going to have to listen to my window again. I'm just going to get myself a drink out of the fridge. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You know what? I'm going to get some more water myself.
Then it's drinks break. We're having a drinks break here on the amazing Dictionary Podcast. We'll be right back, refreshed, rehydrated, and ready to talk more words. Thank you.
Ready and break.
It was fantastic timing.
Fan-fucking-tastic. We sat down at basically the exact same time.
With our drinks, what have you got? Water? That's good. And I've got myself a beer.
Yeah.
So that's great. Cheers.
There is a synonym for the word cunning. It is the word art, which I think is very interesting.
So I need more context. Are you going to provide me with any? No? Okay.
I can't really think of any. That's sort of the thing. Cunning and art, I don't know. Does it feel like, is that a little weird to you?
Potentially, but maybe is it because to be cunning, you have to be somewhat creative in your thinking and creative in your actions. And so you're trying to do things in a way that's not expected. And I guess art often is things that maybe other people have never thought of, or I don't know, it's just a very creative pursuit. And so it's thinking outside the square or outside the box or outside whatever it is you're in, like an egg or whatever you want. So maybe that's
Your
how
choice.
there's that relationship.
Yeah, that's kind of how my brain was going, that it is an art form to be cunning.
Yeah. That's why I'm so good at being cunning, because I'm very artful.
Yeah, exactly. And also very good at playing yourself as a police officer on a TV
Hey, look,
show.
I've told you that is high quality acting, that it's nothing to do, it's not at all the same as me. It's exactly the same as me.
All right. It is your turn to make a duck sound.
Okay.
I loved how rhythmic that one was.
Thank you.
No, you don't have it up in front of you. I will read the next one. It is the word. I'll let you say the word if you want. Da 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 da.
I think it's the word cunt.
Yes, it is. I love the fact that we're making such a big deal out of this. You know,
It shouldn't be a big deal.
On the one hand, it shouldn't be, and on the other hand, it should be, right?
Yeah, it's a complex issue, like most issues are, especially
Yeah,
if you're someone
yeah.
that thinks about them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, let's talk about cunt. I'm keen.
It's a noun from the 14th century. One. Okay. This one, it says it is usually obscene. That is the context that is usually in. You know, that's it depends on your context, right?
I bet a man wrote that dictionary for starters, so let's just scrap that.
Very likely.
Yep.
So this one is the female genital organs, and then also sexual intercourse with a woman. Whoa, I have not heard that. Sexual intercourse with a woman is called cunt? That's...
Oh, I haven't heard that either.
Have you didn't hear that? Okay, I just want to
No.
make sure that I'm not crazy.
No, I didn't know you could say, oh, I had a bit of cunt.
You can.
So
You're allowed.
we can both say that, can't we?
Sure. And then, okay, number 2 is, oh man, usually disparaging and obscene. So you can see, I mean, this is a largely American book. There are British words and New Zealand words and Scottish words every once in a while, but very clearly this is, you know, in that context of America. And I'm not saying that to like make excuses. I'm noticing this as like, oh, are there not other... Anyway, we should probably just finish this and let you talk because you are the expert.
Am I? Okay, great. No pressure. But no, but I think even hearing those, I mean, yes, sometimes in New Zealand, and I think we'll get into this more, the how obscene the word is has slightly changed. But still, for a lot of people in New Zealand, cunt is like the worst version of a swear word that you can use possibly. So it still does have that very negative connotations attached to it in general society, like it does in America, I guess. Now it's also been turned into like it can be a term of endearment almost, that you say, oh, such a good cunt, you know? So that's making a positive use of that word rather than just seeing it as a very naughty swear word. So it's now being turned into, such a good cunt, which I think is positive. And I think it's such a great word. Why would we not want to use it? And it's the one word that I think, one of the words that I think do relate to genitalia that biologically, again, I'm just wanting to be careful because obviously people have, it's not about their gender, but it's about their, anyway, this is a complicated thing, but I'm just wanting to clarify that we're talking about vulva, clitorises, vaginas, and that's cunt.
The lady parts, as they say.
Yeah, but then
Sorry,
they might not be. They could, because there could be a man that has exactly those parts as well. So
yes, that was actually the worst possible thing I could have said.
Yeah, but that was good. It made my point, which is really great. So I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And now I've done what you do, which is lost my train of thought. So that's great. So I don't know what I was going to say, but I'm sure it was great.
I totally took you off track. You were talking about it doesn't matter your gender if you have those parts.
That's what I was going to say. Sorry, that the word cunt is one of the few words that are used to describe those parts of the body that actually is really satisfying to say and sounds cool and sounds good. Again, like cunnilingus compared to blowjob. Like, you know, you don't really want to be going around saying, oh, you know, come on, look at my vulva. I mean, it's just not, and I think there's been research done on this, that the words that sound good to us, and I'm sure you know this, they start with a hard consonant, they have a gooey kind of a vowel in the middle, and they end with a strong consonant. So like shit, fuck, dick, cock, and there's all of the bits that describe male genitalia, they're very often those kinds of words. Whereas all we've got as people that have got female genitalia is cunt. And it's been turned into this really bad, naughty, disgraceful word. But again, that's because of bigger issues, I guess. But I feel like we should be able to say it, and it should be great. And people that have cunts should want to use that word because it feels lovely to say.
Just like all the other ones you said.
Yeah.
Especially shit and fuck.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow, I said those so properly. Okay, I have so many thoughts in my brain, and I need to see if I don't forget them all. So first of all, we have to finish the number 2 definition. It is the 1A definition for the word woman. So in this context, usually disparaging and obscene, yes, 100% that is true. Calling a woman a cunt in that, other than the context that you're mentioning, is definitely, that. Sorry. Hard to find the words for that, but it does not make me happy, and it doesn't make you happy, I can imagine.
No.
So I absolutely agree with what you said about the emphasis. It's a much better sounding word than, the act of licking it, cunnilingus, is very different sounding. But what's interesting to me about that is because it is basically it's the most scientific, I think, of some of the other words. And maybe some of them are, when you're talking about the dick, like cock and dick, right? Those I don't think are particularly scientific words like penis. But here, it basically means female pudenda. So it's that's the region we're talking about. It's not a slang or obscene word or something that means something else that, has been evolved to mean this. Somebody just turned it into a bad word, and I don't understand why in the first place.
Because generally speaking, it was female genitalia. So we certainly don't want to be talking about that ever. But that is interesting that it's the most scientifically correct term.
It goes back to the patriarchy.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Why do we call it a cock?
Oh, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Or a dick. Where did dick come from? Dick and cock.
Right. I think I've read these, at least the cock one. I think I read the etymology, but I don't remember it. And then, dick, obviously haven't gotten to that one. Wait, you're pushing us forward into the D's. Let me see if I can. No, that's totally fine. But I think, the cock is strut. No, that's not etymology. Let's see. I'm trying to see real fast if there's something. I don't know. It's just a sound, I think, the bird and other stuff like that. Being strong as a cock.
Strutting around with your cock out. That's probably, that'll be it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is interesting, isn't it? How, again, like obviously these words are words, but it's society and how we've framed all of these things. Which have decided how they're viewed by society, which is either negatively or positively. So it's like I read a funny thing on the internet the other day, which is, why is it that we, you say you've got to grow some balls, and having balls is all about being really tough and cool. And if you're a pussy, then you're really weak. And it's like you flick a guy in the nuts, he's on his knees. Whereas a woman can give birth to a whole human being out of her pussy. So how does that even make sense? It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
No.
So, I mean, we've just got a lot of things wrong, and it's about sort of, undoing some of that wrongness and trying to shift perceptions. And I say the best way to do that is to start using cunt in your everyday language in a really good, positive way.
Yeah, especially in front of your bosses. No, I do absolutely agree with you. I think that that's one of the great things about, I think it's all or most of the more English why am I blank? I'm feeling really dumb right now. The English under the crown, would that be the term for your country's?
The Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth. That's the word I was looking for. Yes. Because there's obviously there's a lot of similarities in those countries that have evolved over decades.
Yeah, because we've all been colonized by England, and all of our indigenous peoples are treated like shit.
Yes, oh boy, don't get me down that.
I know, sorry, we're starting so many important, massive topics. There's too much to talk about, Spencer.
That's because they need to be talked about. And every single time I come up to one of these things, I will say whatever I feel like I can say within a little bit of level of knowledge. Aboriginal. I talked about how the
Yep.
fact, how terrible that is. So, I encourage this discussion, even though it gets serious sometimes.
Yeah.
So yes, the Commonwealth has, I feel like it's much more appropriate in those countries, and that I think is a really great thing. That I don't know if it was a conscious thing that somebody started to actually put it more in common usage and to make it more of a positive thing, because it should be, but it somehow happened over there earlier than it's happening over here. So yeah.
Yeah.
we
So
need to
what happens if
fix
you
that.
say cunt in America now? Is it just you don't do it? It's just really bad.
I would never do that. People would look at me, unless it's like in a stand-up routine. People would look at you, and it would not be good. And it depends on the context, like you said. Like, it depends on who says it, and yeah. But I wouldn't do that unless I was like with a couple of people who I felt very comfortable with. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. But to you, I would call you no,
A good cunt.
exactly.
Yeah, I think as well. Like for me, as a obviously as a woman that likes cunt, trying to use it in a really positive way. Hang on, how am I gonna explain this without being very rude?
Oh, see, it's a tricky line, isn't it?
It's a fine line to tread.
But also, you just got to go for it sometimes.
You just got to go for it. Like, I just think it's okay to be able to just say, look, fuck, if you're, no, I don't know if I can, because otherwise my partner might listen, and then I might be in big trouble.
Oh yeah, we don't want that.
No, but I just mean, like, you can use it in a positive way in a sexual environment, and I think that can be really hot and attractive and appealing. And whether men could use that too, as long as if they were in a straight relationship, whether they could start to incorporate that in their hot lovemaking. I think it's a word that should be used more in a really positive way. And so that can be in a sexual way, or it can be in such a good cunt, honestly, really cool, rather than being this disgraceful, disgusting, dirty word, which I think, again, it speaks more to the people thinking that than it speaks to the word itself.
100%. Yeah, that's literally, I think what you said is probably literally true. People just thought it was this gross, disgusting thing, and I think religion, I don't want to go into that thing, but I think that plays a big part in it. So yeah, is there like a hashtag that we can put out there for this?
Yeah,
no,
hashtag
we just start
cunt.
using it in normal language. Wait, hashtag cunt.
Hashtag cunt, yeah.
I think, unless you have anything else to say about cunt, did we cover it all?
I think so. I mean, it's like you said, it's a contentious thing, and obviously people have got different opinions. But I just think it's a very good, in terms of just the word itself. It's an amazing word to say, and it should be able to be used in a positive way for people that want to use that word to describe other parts of their own body or parts of other people's bodies. So let's embrace it. It's like, don't bring your own stigma and ruin someone else's experience of using the word cunt.
And with that, we will read our very last word, there are a number of definitions, but we will get through it.
Right.
I think it's my turn to quack. And the word is cup. The first form, noun from before the 12th century. Number 1, an open, usually bowl-shaped drinking vessel. It's shaped like a bowl and you drink out of it.
I feel like I know what a cup is. Yes, it's good. Cup.
Yes. If you didn't know what a cup was, I'd be maybe a little bit worried.
Yeah.
A drinking vessel and its contents. So the glass thing, the thing, and then the stuff inside of it is also called a cup. 2B, the consecrated wine of the communion. Number 3, something that falls to one's lot. Something that falls to, is like if it comes into your life, is that your cup? Is that what it means?
Don't know.
I don't either. Number 4, ornamental cup offered as a prize. And this is talking about a championship. So,
Oh, yeah, sports. Sports.
yeah.
I've won cups before in the past.
What cups have you won?
What's it called now? I can't remember it. When I was playing football, there was the something cup, the Kelly Cup. It was the Kelly Cup. We mostly got kicked out. Actually, I don't think we ever won it, but we were in the competition.
Hey, that's better than most people, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, lots of you guys were in the Kelly Cup. I was in the Kelly Cup. Yeah.
I was never in no cups myself.
What about the
so that was? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, well, there's lots of cups around the world, aren't there? The Davis Cup. You Americans love that. The Davis Cup.
Do we? I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. You're not a sports guy,
Is that
are you?
No.
The America's
could you
Cup.
tell?
What about the America's Cup, which we've won all the time, which is hilarious because it's called the America's Cup, but we always win it.
And is that football/soccer?
No, that's yachting / rich people, rich white people sailing their stupid big boats and spending billions of dollars.
I definitely don't know anything about those.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want us to win that, but we do and spend heaps of money on it. So it's anyway.
Yeah, there are definitely lots of cups. I think isn't it with racing? Don't you get a cup in racing? And then there's the Stanley Cup in hockey. And,
the Stanley Cup in ice hockey. Yeah.
Yeah, things just keeps on getting bigger and
But
bigger.
what about
something.
is the Super Bowl a cup or is it a bowl? They've Americanized it and made it bigger than a cup. They've turned it into a whole bloody bowl. Is that what they've done?
Right.
No, a cup's not big enough. We got to make it a bowl.
Right. A cup is bowl shaped. Well, why not just do a bowl?
Yeah,
It's bigger and better. No, actually, I think that they have a bejeweled football. I don't even know if it is shaped like a bowl.
Well, we've got to get to the bottom of this at some other stage.
Yeah, that it doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, lots of sports have cups is what we have come to the conclusion of, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
Number 5, something resembling a cup. As 5A, a cup-shaped plant organ. I know sometimes the leaves look like cups. Maybe other ones do.
As opposed to, what were the other leaves? The triangle leaves?
Cuneate.
Cuneate. Yep. See, there you go. I'm just always trying to bring it back to. Yep. I've been learning. I've learned a lot today.
There we go. There's cup-shaped, and there's the cuneate leaves.
Yeah.
I have learned a lot too, actually.
Good.
5B, an athletic supporter reinforced usually with plastic to provide extra protection to the wearer.
Oh yeah, like a jockstrap.
Yeah. I don't believe I have ever worn one of these, as we have already shown. I am not a sports person, so I didn't play enough sports to need it. So cups. Yep. Nope. That's it.
That's cups.
Never. I don't think I'll ever wear a cup because I don't think I'm going to play any more sports.
But why don't you just try one on for fun? You might enjoy it.
That is a good point. I can't deny that is good logic, because I have not tried it. So, if I find myself at a sports goods store,
yeah, but you don't want to buy one because that seems a bit wasteful and excessive.
Right? Because if I don't like it, I'm going to toss it.
Yeah, you don't want to borrow one because that's a bit. Is that? Would you find that weird, borrowing someone else's cup?
I would very much find that weird. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it. I know lots of people who probably would, but I wouldn't. Nah, that's a very private thing. You want to keep it. That's your thing.
Keep your cup to yourself and your penis in your cup.
# keep your cup to yourself. 5C, either of two parts of a brassiere that are shaped like and fit over the breasts.
Oh yeah, I know those kinds of cups.
You've heard of that?
Yes, absolutely.
It's I think it's good that everybody can have a chance to wear a cup.
Yes, they're not just for dicks. They're also for tits, which I think is great. And yeah. Also, can I do one more really quick plug right now while I'm talking to you?
Yes.
There's an amazing film coming out. It's called Nude Tuesday.
Yes.
I don't know if you've heard about it. And in that film, there are no cups used whatsoever. In fact, there is complete and utter nudity. And for some incredibly ridiculous reason, I'm in that movie. So make of that what you will.
Yeah. I will make of it what I will, because I will absolutely be watching that movie whenever I can get it in America, because it might not be right away.
I think it's coming to Tribeca.
To where?
Tribeca? The Tribeca Festival? Festival?
Yeah, but that's just a film festival. That's not like open to the masses. Or,
It'll open up. It'll open soon enough.
Only special people can go see that there. But yeah, eventually I will see it. I just learned about it within the last few days, and I was like, yes. I watched the trailer, which I don't usually watch trailers, and I was absolutely, I'm ready to watch that movie.
Okay, good. Sorry, I'm sidetracked with talking about myself. I do apologise.
No, that was perfect.
It was in relation to bra cups. Bra cups, wear them or don't wear them, whatever tickles your fancy.
Right. Don't follow society. Just do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
All right. 5D, the metal case inside a hole in golf. And then also just the hole itself is called the cup.
That's true.
That is true.
The
Number
Ryder's
6.
Cup. Yep. I was going to say the Ryder's Cup. The Ryder's Cup is a sporting cup that would utilise a golfing cup I'm just trying to bring all the cups together, you see. And if you're, well, that's only men. You might, as a man, you might be wearing a cup, so they can have 3 cups in one go.
You sure can.
Yep. Okay.
How
Sorry.
many
Carry
more?
on.
And then if you're wearing a bra, you got more.
Yeah, if you happen to someone that likes to wear a bra, then yeah, that's right.
Number 6, a usually iced beverage resembling punch, but served from a pitcher rather than a bowl. They call that cup?
Huh. Well, I never knew that, but okay.
Yeah, that's new to me too. I mean, I have a cup, but like that's weird. Number 7, a half pint or 8 fluid ounces. When I need to learn how to convert my my measuring cups and spoons, I go straight to the dictionary and I look up the word. That's the most efficient way to do it. And then I read through 8 definitions.
Oh yeah, because a cup is 250 mils. So is that what 8 fluid ounces is?
It's very close. It's not exact, but it's very close. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, number 8. A food served in a cup-shaped, usually footed vessel, as in a fruit cup. Very nice.
Yeah.
Breakfast. Number 9. The symbol, which looks like a U, and then indicating the union of 2 sets. So this symbol that indicates the union of 2 sets, and then compare that to the number 7 definition for the word cap. That's probably used in math and science.
Yeah, probably.
The etymology just says it's from the Latin cupa, which means tub, and there's more at the word hive. So those were all the words.
What an amazing bunch of words, some great words.
And they stimulated a whole lot of great conversation, too.
Oh, I hope so.
So I will now quickly read the words, and then you get to pick a word of the episode. We had cumulus, cunctation, cuneate, cuneiform, cunner, cunnilingus, cunning, cunt, and cup.
Well, there can only be one winner, and the cup today is going to go to cunt.
Very nicely done.
Thank you.
Pulling it all together. Yes. I know that you're a musical. Oh, I forgot to ask you before. What do you do in the band? Fun and Funner.
I write the songs, and I sing, and I play the guitar.
Okay, perfect. Can you sing a little song about cunt? Or would you like to write a song later about cunt?
I can send you through a little track about cunt. Cunt. Runt. No, runt. I need some better words that rhyme with cunt.
Some good ones.
Leave it with me, and I'll do it today. Promise you.
Okay, sounds good. And so then, instead of her singing something live for the song for the word of the episode, I'll just put in a clip here.
Did you want me to sing it live?
You can. That's usually what I do, but if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Okay, well, shall I get my guitar?
No, if you want, you can just say like 3 words or 1 word, or that's literally all I'll do sometimes.
Okay, well then, this is how the song goes. Something that you want every day is a cunt in every way. Go on down, not with a frown, have a cunt in your day. Yay!
Yay!
There you go.
I'm applauding with the one hand. Here, I can clap that way.
Hey, well,
with
that's
one
cool.
hand. But yes, that song was pretty fucking amazing, and thank you for that. And then if you want to turn it into a whole bigger song with instruments and stuff, I'll put in a clip.
I will. I'll totally do that for sure.
Can it be a kid song too?
Maybe not. Maybe that'll be on our adults only album. Yeah.
Are you working on that album?
We've had lots of ideas because Tom and I tend to go to the studio and have a few beers, and then we start singing, make up ridiculous songs, and a lot of them are very adult themed / completely inappropriate. Yeah. But from all of our ramblings and made up bullshit, there's like little nuggets of things you're like, that could work for a children's song. So you pull that out, and then the rest of it you just leave to laugh at when you listen back to it. Yeah,
that'll be the adult song later, or the adult album.
Absolutely.
That's a really good way to work, and I want to come do that with you. That's like literally all I want to do with my life is just do stuff like that. That sounds awesome.
Then come on over. See when you get here, Spencer. We'll be here.
Yeah, we'll go make some stupid music together, but also very educational.
Yeah, well, I've got a studio. Me and Tom have got a studio. You can come and we can do some recording. He's very good at recording.
Oh, and we're using his extra shout out to Tom because we're using his interface unit. That's a piece of technology for those who don't know.
And it's the only reason I can talk through this great microphone and feel like I'm like a movie star or a rock star or a person on a podcast with a microphone.
All three of those are true.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think that we have done all the things. Just lastly, do you want to, well, okay, I guess we didn't do all the things. Do you want to do any plugs? Do you want to talk about what's going on? You already mentioned a few things,
feel
but
like
I know
I've
you got
plugged
more.
so many things. I feel like, no, I don't want to talk about myself anymore. That's terrible. It's so not New Zealand. So
Yeah,
just thank you very much for listening. I hope someone enjoyed it. And if you didn't, then tough shit.
that's how I feel too. And then I'm just going to close it up by saying thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. There is a rainbow party in my mouth if you go look at TikTok. So, I hope yesterday's episode was fun. I haven't recorded it yet. We'll see what happens. So the first word in this episode is the second form of cup. It is a transitive verb from the 14th century. 1. To treat by cupping. And we'll learn about cupping later this episode. 2a. To curve into the shape of a cup, as in, cupped his hands around his mouth. To yell very loudly. 2b. To place in or as if in a cup. What is going to be the sound effect? I had a thought. Oh yes, I think it's going to be just like a pew. Something like that. I think is good. Pew. Yeah, let's do that. All right. The next word is cup bearer. One word. The one who bears the cup. Noun from the 15th century. One who has the duty of filling and handing around the cups in which wine is served. It's a very important job to fill the wine and hand out the wine. Pew. Next is cupboard, but it is spelled cupboard. I'm not sure why. Is it the place where you put the cups and it's shaped like a board? Cupboard. Noun from 1530. A closet with shelves where dishes, utensils, and food is kept. Also just a small closet. That's what it is. Doesn't give me any etymology. I would like some etymology to learn why it's called cupboard and why we pronounce it cupboard. Phew. Next word is cupcake. I think it's going to be hard to pick a word of the episode, this one. Cupcake. Noun from 1828. A small cake baked in a cup-like mold. The mold, there's usually maybe 6 or 12 or maybe even 24 of these cups in this metal dish that you put in the oven, and you just put a little bit of cake batter in each one, and there's a little frilly paper thing around it, and it's called a cupcake because it is literally a cake in the shape of a cup, a cupcake. And then you put some frosting on it, and what flavor is this cupcake? The cake has a flavor, and the frosting has a flavor, and maybe you can put other things on the frosting. And I think they say the best way to eat these is to cut off the bottom half of the cake and put it on top of the frosting, and then you could eat it like a sandwich. It's a cupcake sandwich. Pew. Next is cupel or cupel. Cupel or cupel. Cupel. First form, noun from 1605. A small, shallow, porous cup, especially of bone ash, used in assaying to separate precious metals from lead. I think I got these. Oh, that was good. Okay, so it's a porous cup, bone ash, assaying. I feel like that's with the science-y stuff. Yeah, you're separating the precious metals from the lead, and you need to use this very special bone ash, porous, shallow, small cupel. It is from the French cupel, which is a diminutive of coupe, which means cup. Yeah, it just means cup. That's all it is. Next is cupel again, cupel or cupel, but second form, transitive verb from 1644. To refine by means of a cupel. So you're using I don't even know how to say this word anymore, cupel. You're using the cupel to do some cupeling. That's the separating the metals from the lead. And cupeller, or I would assume you could also say cupeller, that is a noun. The cupeller is cupelling with the cupel. Pew. Next is cupellation. What do you think this is? Noun from circa 1691. Refinement, as of gold or silver, in a cupel by exposure to high temperature in a blast of air by which the unwanted metals are oxidized. Maybe we should find, I don't know, a video or a Wikipedia page or something that explains this process more if you want to learn about it, and go be a cupeller. We'll put that in the show notes. Next word is cupful. Noun from the 12th century, and the plural forms could be either cupfuls or cups full. Either way, S in the middle or S at the end. So 1, as much as a cup will hold. Depends on the cup that you've got. A cup full as an amount of volume could be lots of different amounts. It all depends on your cup. Number 2 is the number 7 definition for the word cup, which is a half pint or 8 fluid ounces. It's a cup full of stuff. Next is cup fungus. 2 words, noun from circa 1905. Any of an order of mostly saprophytic Ascomycetus fungi, I'm going to come back to those words, with a fleshy or horny apothecium that is often colored and typically shaped like a cup, saucer, or disc. A cup, saucer, or disc. You put the cup on the saucer, and you put it all together, and then you can have a little tea party. All right, so the order name is Pezizales. I don't know if I said that right, but it looks good. Mostly saprophytic. I think that's how you say that word. Mycetus ascomycetus fungi. Saprophytic ascomycetus fungi. I don't know what any of that means. Fleshy or horny. What is this? Apothecium. That's maybe that's the top of the fungi. Yeah, maybe we gotta post a picture of this cup fungus because sounds like it looks interesting. Next is Cupid with a capital C. Noun from the 14th century. I think we're definitely gonna have to post some fun pictures of Cupid on social media. Hey, it's at dictionarypod if you didn't know that. Does anybody look at this stuff? 1. The Roman god of erotic love, and then compare to the word eros, E-R-O-S, which I think is the Greek god of also probably erotic love. We'll learn when we get to the E's. And maybe we should put a link to more information about Cupid in the show notes. Cupid, man, he's a Roman god, but then they make him look all, I mean, maybe he's supposed to look all like cherubic and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like that there's just something about Cupid gets used a lot more than most of the other Roman gods, I think. Number 2, this one is not capitalized. A figure that represents Cupid as a naked, usually winged boy, often holding a bow and arrow. So, maybe the Roman god of erotic love does not look like a naked, winged boy. We gotta learn more about Cupid. Next is cupidity. Cupidity almost sounds like stupidity, but it's not. Noun from the 15th century. 1. Inordinate desire for wealth. And synonyms are avarice and greed. Number 2, strong desire, and the synonym is lust. So that is definitely related to Cupid. Erotic, I mean, not specifically erotic love, but more about desire. Like if you get hit with Cupid's arrow, you're like, oh my God, I'm so lustful for this first thing that I saw. I have much desire for it. And then we can definitely connect that to avarice and greed. I don't remember what avarice means, but I'm pretty sure it's similar to greed. And so, yeah, it's I just want all the stuff, desiring everything. That's not very Buddhist. Cupid, or at least cupidity, is not very Buddhist. What is the etymology of this? Well, I mean, I think we're pretty sure it's from Cupid, but there's other Latin words like cubiditas, cupiditas. There's more at the word covet, covet. Yeah, you covet something, you want it, you love it, you want it, you need it. Pew! Next is Cupid's bow. 2 words, capital C, apostrophe S, Cupid's bow. Noun from 1567. A bow that consists of 2 convex curves, usually with recurved ends. And how is this different from normal bows? Does Cupid have a special bow? Convex curves? I don't know. I'd have to see a picture of this because I'm not visualizing this in my head. 2 convex curves, usually with recurved ends. Oh, is it like, I don't know. Maybe I have a thought in my head, but we need to find a picture or something. And why? Why does Cupid get a special bow that nobody else gets? Pew! That's the sound Cupid's bow makes. Wow, speak good, man. Pew! Cup of tea is next. Cup of tea. It's in here. 3 words from 1932. 1. Something one likes or excels in. As in, I see already that storytelling isn't my cup of tea. And that is a quote from John Barth. But then also, a person suited to one's taste. So a person can be somebody's cup of tea. And I know that there are definitely people who are not my cup of tea. And there are other people who are my cup of tea. What is my cup of tea? Reading out loud might be a cup of tea that I can drink. Number 2, a thing to be reckoned with. And the synonym is matter. M-A-T-T-E-R. As in, poltergeists are a different cup of tea. Yes, they are a different matter that you need to reckon with. That is a quote from D.B.W. Lewis. Who has 3 initials before their last name? D.B.W. Lewis. I wonder what all that stands for. Okay, cup of tea. What's your cup of tea? Let me know if you want. Next is cupola, or cupolo, even though it's spelled C-U-P-O-L-A. Noun from 1549. 1A, a rounded vault resting on a usually circular base and forming a roof or a ceiling. And maybe we should post a picture of a cupola. 1B, a small structure built on top of a roof. How are we going to get up there? Number 2, a vertical cylindrical furnace for melting iron in the foundry that has 2 years and tapping spouts near the bottom. You melt iron in this thing. It has 2 years, which is spelled Tuyers. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that one correctly, but, we don't really care anymore. Tapping spouts near the bottom. So maybe that's where you can tap the melted iron out of this thing and fill up a glass. 3, a raised observation post in the roof of a railroad caboose. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. I think I remember seeing a little thing that sticks out of the caboose. The cupola of a caboose. Cupulid or cupulode, that is an adjective, and yeah, it's spelled with an ed after cupola, so at the end is aed, which looks a little bit weird. Cupulid. It's from Latin, the Latin word cupa. Yeah, cupa, and that means tub. So it's just a tub. Next is cuppa. Cuppa. Noun from 1934. It is chiefly British, although I do think other people, like Americans, are starting to say this as well, I feel like. It's just a cup of tea. It is short for cuppa tea. That's 2 words, which is a pronunciation spelling of cup of tea. So it went from cup of tea to cuppa tea, and then just down to cuppa. You want a cuppa? That they say this. You watch TVs and movies and go to England, and you will hear people say this. Pew! Next is cupping. Noun from the 14th century. An operation of drawing blood to the surface of the body by use of a glass vessel evacuated by heat. So they put this glass vessel usually on your back, and then they either put heat around it so it creates this vacuum, or they can suck out the air to create the vacuum, and then it pulls all the blood to the surface, and then they'll either let it sit there or they'll move it around the body to sort of like break up the fascia and get the blood moving to that area, and it's supposed to help, and I think it does help for a lot of people, so that's good. I actually have had this done when I was getting acupuncture. They did do a little bit of cupping. It was the kind where they would move it around a lot just to, get everything moving. But yeah, I think a lot of people say it hurts. I personally didn't have a problem with that, but that's just me. Pew. Next is cuppy. Adjective from 1882. 1. Resembling a cup. 2. Full of small depressions, as in a cuppy racetrack. I imagine a horse racetrack, and there are probably lots of small depressions because of the horse's feet, the hooves, digging into whatever that material is. I'm sure there's different types, dirt maybe. So yeah, there's going to be lots of small depressions, and it just looks like somebody went through with a cup and just scooped out lots of little places. Cuppy. Phew. This was the cup episode. Okay, our last word is a prefix, cupr, or you could put an I at the end, or an O. Cupra, cupri, cupro. It means, number 1, copper, as in, how do you say this word? Cupriferous? Cupriferous, yeah. Number 2 is copper and, as in, cupro nickel or cupro nickel. Cupro nickel. So that would be copper and nickel. Yeah, it's just from the Latin cuprum, and there's more at the word copper. So, today we had cup, cup bearer, cupboard, cupcake, cupel, cupellation, cupful, cup fungus, cupid, cupidity, cupid's bow, cup of tea, cupola, cuppa, cupping, cuppy, and cupper. Oh, geez. What are we supposed to pick? I think, let's see. You can store food in a cupboard, and that's great. You can eat a cupcake, and that's pretty great. Let's see. Trying to think of this. I'm not a big fan of tea, to be perfectly honest. It's not like I have a tea time. I don't do that. A lot of people do. Apologies. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's just not a thing that I grew up with or really care about. Although I do like it in the sense of like, oh, let's just stop and take a break. It's just a break time. And I enjoy that. Let's see. Let's pick, I mean, come on. We got to pick cupcake as the word of the episode, right? Cupcake. I'm gonna eat a cupcake. What flavor cupcake is it? I don't know. I'm just gonna eat it blindfolded and find out later. All right. I would like a cupcake now. Thank you very much. Oh, let's see. Oh, man. We watched 3 movies last night. 3 from Hell from Rob Zombie because we're preparing to talk to somebody tonight on YouTube about Rob Zombie movies. I'll post a link later. We also watched Super Bob, which stars Brett Goldstein from Ted Lasso, and he was one of the writers. It was directed by somebody else. Oh, man. I love this movie, and you should watch it. Super Bob. And then we watched Gremlins 2, because I hadn't seen it since it came out, and I love it way more than I should, way more than I did when I was younger. It is completely bonkers ridiculous, but it's done so, I think, on purpose, and it's just a wild romp and very silly and stupid. And then you have to watch the Key and Peele sketch about Gremlins 2 afterwards, because it's just amazing. They are amazing. All right, this is the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening. Do all of the sharing things, the reviewing, the commenting, whatever you want to do, do it. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.